匂いね。誰がしてくれたの？
ちえみと吉次くんの手伝いのもと、だいたい春明さんが。
まあ、吉次も、ありがとうね。
飯炊いただけだっつーの。
食べられそうですか？
ええ、いただくわ。
Itadakimasu. Everyone noticed her face was as pale as before, but no one pointed it out. Kanzo-san was becoming irate. And it was clear we had to begin the feast soon.
これ食ったらやるか、おやっさん。
Everyone, even Kaori-san, understood what was going on. No, two people didn't.
いや、上の道路が塞がってるのは分かりましたけど、下の沢を通れば出られるんじゃないんですか？
下は危ないのだよ。気持ちはわかるがね。あえて試さずに救助を待つ方が良いのではないかね。
さっき芹沢さんは救助は来ないって言ってましたよ。一体何が起きてるんですか？
まあまあ、おばあさん、いずれ説明はあるんですよね。
ええ、この後、宴の時に話しますよ。
今してくださいよ。妙なことに参加する気はないんですが。
ケイちゃん、まあまあ。
Hearing them talk made me nervous, but at least they kept everyone on their toes. Or was that a bad thing for us wolves? The only thing the humans could do against the wolves was lynch, so we had to keep their motivation to do that to a minimum. At the very least, that was relatively easy today, when no one had died so far. Kanzo Makshimashi would definitely insist we hang someone, and I had to somehow shoot him down. Of course, I had to avoid standing out in a way that would affect my chances further down the line. Oh, would you look at that? It's alright, I'm discovering new things about Clip Studio every time I open it up. We all lined up, and the eldest went in first. They joined their hands and hid their faces. It was a unique sight, and once again, I copied them. Like last time, I ended up at the lower end of the group, but the complete outsiders were below even me.
いいんですか？
恥じゃないと邪魔くさいでしょ、僕。
I couldn't give any strong agreement, so I just gave a light, in response. Tai-san declared the start of the feast, and Rikako-san handed out some divine sake.
運転は
しばらくはなさそうだよ。
Hashimoto-san drank 3 full cups without anyone urging him to, and Mamiya-san griped that he was drinking too much. He'd also had 3 more helpings of lunch. It was appropriate for someone his size, so I hadn't even commented on it. With him being the first to drink, the rest of us were taken a bit aback. Then Tai-san explained the legend and the feast.
普通に犯罪行為ですよね、それ。
Just like last time, after asking this and that, Mamiya-san eventually took that strong stance on the whole thing.
しかし、やらんと死ぬのはあたしらなのよ。
だからってそんな。
最後まで聞こう。意見を言う前に、まず聞くべき質問がたくさんできそうだ。
He's got a surprisingly good head on his shoulders. I'm glad this route he gets to keep it. For now.
わかりました。
Mamiya-san still had a stern expression, but her cool temperament made her seem like a completely different person from last time. After that, Yasunaga-kun pointed out things Tai-san missed, like the amount of people the wolves could kill, the extra info on the spider, and whether any of us were in a feast before.
その過去というのはどうやって通知されるものでしょうか。
Hashimoto-san, who wasn't here last time, quickly pointed out more info that was missing. Hanzo-san then explained that they appeared on the stomach.
なるほど。だから体を吹かせるのが掟の一つなんでしょうかね。
あんた、意外とよく喋るな。
ああ、失礼しました。仕事の時はああいう感じの方がやりやすいんで我
Based.
慢してます。
He smiled, astonishing everyone yet again. At this point, all the rules except for the badger had been revealed.
なんか調子狂っちまったけどよ。どうすんだ？実際のところ、犬が何十匹か殺されただけで人は死んでもねえ。こんなもん、上藤吉の誰かの嫌がらせじゃねえのかよ。昔はよくあったってばあちゃん言ってたろ。
That was news to me.
そりゃあ、あたしのおばあさんはね、よう上の人らがふざけて頼みずに獅子の血流したとか言ってたけどね。
今はさすがにそのようなことはないと思うのです。
上藤吉の村民の大部分は安水のことを無視しているように見受けられる。そも接点はほぼないのだから。一部の狩猟関係者は牧島勘蔵氏とつながりがあるが、彼らはむしろ畏敬しておりますからな。あなたどうだか。
まあ今新内さんのもとで狩りができるの勘蔵じいちゃんだけだもんね。それはともかくその通りで、今時休めずに悪さしてやろうなんてのは学校の子らか長者くらいのもんでしょ。
またそうやって長者を不当に中傷するのかね。彼らもそんなに暇ではないのだよ。
不当かな。あの山祭りなんて休みずに対するいじめ以外の何者でもないと思うけど、訴えれば勝てるよ多分。
ちなみに近持ちよ。
なんだろ
お前じゃないよな、このいたずら。
う。おお、あり得る。しかし残念。いたずら犯として信用されてるのは嬉しいけど、これは僕じゃない。単純に無理だよね。あんだけ犬をいっぱい集めて殺すのって。
まあそうだよな。
まだ僕が野里だった時、誕生日にいっぱいモルモット買ってもらって池に沈めて遊んだことならある。
Yeah, that sounds about right.
は？何？
あ、すいません。こういうやつなんです。
Yeah, sorry, he's just a little psychopath. Every now and then we find some ducklings, and the next day we come back and they don't have any legs.
最低。
もうやんないよ。
I don't believe you, you little shit.
殺すならネズミとかゴキブリにしてよ。
Okay, not mice. Cockroaches, sure, but not mice.
ネズミを殺すぞ。
God damn it. I could tell that the weirdos here were making Mamiya-san uncomfortable, but Hashimoto-san was unfazed as always. I had a feeling that the new info I was hearing came from the fact that no one had died, so tension levels were low.
とにかくどうすんだよ、宴は。
よろしいかね。
He made the first move? I recalled hearing that Takumi-san was the one who moved first, the very first time. He'd revealed that he was the snake. The last time, one of the monkeys, Kanzo-san, suggested that I die. The flow of events had changed, so maybe he didn't have the guardian this time. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to decide who had and didn't have guardians based on that alone. Just adding Hashimoto-san had changed the course of discussion completely. At this time, Chiemi was the girl that criticized Fujiyoshi with her city dweller mentality, basically bringing her back around to show how she was in the first loop. Last time, besides the strong words on day one, she stayed passive, only hesitantly making moral objections. By becoming a wolf, she'd greatly changed her approach to the feast. Now there was Kiyonosuke-shi. I had expected him to suggest we use a popular vote, but...
私は彼に勇気ある代表者になってもらうのが良いと思うのだがね。
He said that, while pointing at me.
それは僕に死ねってことですか？
そんな言い方はしたくないが、 君はそういう目的でここに来たと聞いた。最初の一人というのは選びにくいものだよ。しかし最初の一人がいてこそカラスの加護は名乗り出ることができる。
I didn't expect that idea to come from him. That was basically the same approach as Kanzo-san's. Hadn't he voted for me the first day too?
失礼ですが、ご自分で何をおっしゃってるか理解。そうですよ。理由もなく他人に死んでくれとかよく言えますね。
言い出しっぺの法則ってのがあるってこないだテレビでやってたぞ。
If he was by himself, his suggestion would have no effect. However...
わしも野里の青秒単に賛成する。
Hold on. No. This implies that Chikamochi is somehow buffer than Nosato. Because they're both Nosatos, and he clarified the scrawny Nosato. His agreement was bad news for me.
どういうこった、おやっさん。
人ならば休みずのために死ねる。わしもその気でおる。じゃがもうしばらくは宴の進め方を見てやらんといかん。
なんでてめえに見てもらわなきゃなんねんだよ。
わしはこれまでに2度読み意味の宴を生き延びてきた。
He was telling us now?
どうすればいいかは必ずくくらねばならん。そして人をくくることを恐れれば人は負ける。植松の若えのにもう一杯ついでやれ。
Crap. Things are moving on just like last time. I played it off with some vague words back then, but would it work now?
ちょっと落ち着きましょう。こんな一方的な流れで誰かを殺すことを決めてしまうのは、肝臓さんが言うことは部分的にはわかりますが、万一肝臓さんが狼だった場合も同じことが言える。正論は狼にだって使える武器です。正しそうだからって飛びつくわけにはいかない。
安永、そもそも何が正しいというの？くくらなきゃならないのはどうして？
タイバーの話じゃ、僕らは宴の外で人を殺すことを禁じられてる。破れば汚れで死ぬ。今ここに16人いて、13人が人、3人が狼。宴をやれば、たとえデタラメに1人殺していっても最終的に狼を殺しきれる可能性はある。でもやらなきゃゼロだ。宴をサボり続ければ狼は一晩に1人確実に殺せるから、13日後に必ず僕らは全滅する。ただ僕もわからない。この中に本当に狼がいたとして、本当に人を殺す気なのかどうか。もしただ単に霧が出て誰かが悪質ないたずらをしてるだけってなら、
狼は本当に来るぞ。
Everyone was surprised that he suddenly began to speak. I was pretty used to it by now, though.
陛下、黄泉は山じゃ。ありゃ山から言われて汚れを振りまいとる。
Yomi is the mountain?
何を言うとるのよ、おじいさん。親内様は人の味方じゃ。
山に味方もクソもあるもんか。山はの気まぐれでむごい。腹が減りゃこうやって育てたもんを俺ら宴するしかねえの。
Not much he said came as a surprise to me, but I sure didn't expect to hear it from him. I wasn't the only one. The weird way he presented it made most people here uneasy, and maybe even scared.
じじいも昔宴に出ておった。 ボケてもその時のことは覚えとるんだろう。狼はくくる。
ちょっといいですか？
Everyone looked at him with sharp eyes.
そのかつての読み意味の宴ではどうやって一人くくる人を選んだのですか？
一人一票で選んだ。
I guessed as much. Apparently the popular vote was tradition at this
今
point.
回もそうすべきだと思いますか？
うん。
皆さんはどう思われます？
My question caused some whispers among the people.
そんなもんで決めていいのかよ。
うん。多数決で選ばれたら文句言わずに死ななきゃならないなんてひどいよ。
でも他に一人を選ぶ方法はない。
しっかり話し合って決めればいい。それで決まらねえならくくるべきじゃねえだろ。
しかし全員一致などあるのかね。当の本人は同意することなどなかろう。
はーい。じゃあここでみんなのために死んでもいいよって人挙手。
Chiemi had used this to gain everyone's trust. Rikako-san had used this to convey to me that Meiko had a guardian. Basically, it was just pure strategy. If they didn't need to take the risk this time, they simply wouldn't do it. That meant that it was most likely that Meiko didn't have a guardian this time. What was I to do here? I thought for a moment and concluded that if I raised my hand here, everyone would gladly hang me. No matter how kind-natured and reasonable they tried to appear, they actually didn't care much about me. Chiemi and Rikako-san would value me more than most, but there was no arguing that they favored their own. I could totally imagine them prioritizing everyone else and tearfully voting for me. Otherwise, if my fate had already been decided at that point, they would vote for someone else to send them a message or keep them on their toes. It was definitely a dangerous situation for me. There was one way that it might have been able to save me, though. I could do what I'd done last time. By sounding like I could be an asset to them, I'd buy time for myself, and finally, revealed that I had a guardian. I'd have to make sure the real one of said guardian was gone at that point, though. That meant using the time I had to find and kill them. Could I really do that, though?
誰もいないよ、匠に。
威勢のいいこと言っといて、てめえはどうなんだよ、たく。
俺はまだ死ねない。
あ、待て。一応注意。カゴを持っている人は注意した方がいい。
どういうこと？兄ちゃん。
He went on to give the starting warning, that those with guardians should keep their status hidden. However, it was better to go against that warning when the snake or crow found a wolf, or when a fake appeared, and the monkeys are an exception to that. The explanation for the monkeys was the same as last time. The thing about the snake or the crow finding a wolf, as well as the appearance of a fake, weren't mentioned back then.
カゴ車は狙われやすいから黙ってた方がいい。でも喋ると圧倒的に有利な場合や黙ると不利な場合は別。その基準としてはやはり偽物が現れた時と狼を見つけた時というのが分かりやすいと思う。
偽物なんて出てくるのか？
きっと出てくる。
Yasunaga-kun went and briefly explained them. Wolves had to actively lie to win. He also added that humans should avoid lying as much as possible.
宴のことで嘘をつくのは狼だけ。そうした方が後々困らない。と思うんだけど、肝臓さん、どうですか？
今の説明で分かったもんはおるか？
Oh, why? Oh dear. Oh. Damn. That's really unfortunate. This was the time. Hanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun spent a lot of time last time fighting over the lead despite both being monkeys. With Haru-chan and Tai-san's death, the one in charge ended up being Takumi-san, If a calm and collected Takumi-san ended up assisting Yasunaga-kun like last time, the wolves would be at a huge disadvantage. Now, if Kanzo-san ended up in charge and controlled the feast with an iron fist, the order would collapse, perhaps to our advantage. However, that would increase my chances of getting killed. I had to find a balance. I nonchalantly yet unhesitantly raised an arm. A few others followed my lead. Chiemi, Rikako-san, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, Kiyonosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, Mochi. He backed down? Yasunaga-kun and everyone who raised their hands amounted to 12, a clear majority. His polite, calm explanation bore fruit. But was Kanzo-san the type to back down in a situation like this? Ah, so he had conditions for his agreement.
別にいいじゃねえか。どうせずっとダラダラ話してても決まらねえ。逆に話し合いで筋が立ってんなら、多数決にしたってその結果が出るだけだろうがよ。
まあ、それも一理あるんだ。匠に、どうする？
わかった。
冗談きつい。
The bartering with Yasunaga-kun had made Takumi-san agree to something he'd been completely disapproving of. Chiemi had realized that she had to accept it, so she'd given up on arguing and only complained. Kanzo-san had a tendency to strong-arm people to get what he wanted, but he was good at it.
で、だいぶ話がそれてたけどよ。不採取をくくろうってのか？
Things are looking bad for me. Suddenly I got help from where I least expected it.
今日はそのくくるでしたっけ？しなくてもいいんじゃないですか？
今日はというか、そもそもすべきじゃないと思いますけど。
もし殺さなきゃ殺されると明らかになったら僕は殺すよ。
His tone was calm, but his words were terrifying.
妻と娘が3人家で待ってるからね。
Mamiya-san's eyes widened. She must have realized just how serious he was.
前におっしゃってましたもんね。仕事で死ぬつもりはないって。
だから皆さんの話をじっくり聞かせてもらったんですけどね。多分先手を打って処刑を行うと狼側に殺戮の理由を与えることになるんじゃないですかね。
That was a general observation that no one argued against, probably because they didn't have a good comeback.
だいたいルールは飲み込めました。考えを言いたいですが、よろしいかな？どうも。間違えてたら、君、詳しそうだから指摘してくれるかな？
はい。
じゃあ、この手続きでは、高確率で5人以上の死人が出ますね。最短でも狼3人と夜の死人が2人。
そうですね。雲の加護によって守られない限りは。
つまり今誰かを処刑しようがしまいが夜に誰か死にますね。
そりゃそうだが。
しかし今日くくらねば狼は減ることなく宴は長引くのだがね。
それはおかしいですね。今日の処刑は明日カラスのカゴ車に名乗り出てもらうための処刑なんでしょう。狼は絶対出てこないと思われる。そりゃあ果たして有効なんですか？考えてみてください。明日こう言われる。私がカラスのカゴ車です。昨日処刑された不妻子さんは人でした。よしんば、不妻子さんは狼でしたときて、他に誰も名乗り出ないから信じてどうなる？まだ14人残っていて、狼も2人残っている。 狼に的中する確率は 19% 弱から 14% 強に減ってる。思うに早かろうが遅かろうが勝負がつくのは人数がある程度減ってからなのは間違いない。だから今日一人何の確証もなく処刑するというのはどうかな。
それはそうかもしれませんが。
それは詭弁だ。そうやってくくることがなければ人は絶対に勝てんのだぞ。
その通り。ただ今日この時だけは待っても
If I
いいん
can't
じゃ
have
ない
Chiemi
ですか
or
と。
Rikako as my badger, I want Yudai Hashimoto as my
誰かを処刑す
badger.
れば狼側には本当に殺されるんだと。
That and I would like him at least in one timeline to be able to get back to his wife and 3 daughters.
逆に向こうが先に攻撃してくれば人はその仇討ちを理由に団結できる。繰り返しますが今日の夜確実に誰か一人が死ぬんです。しかし今夜の被害者を狼の報復と捉えるか狼の卑劣な先制攻撃と捉えるかには処刑の有無が影響する。要は狼が本当に殺してからでないと僕らは強い心でもって誰かを処刑などできないってことです。まあこうやって牽制することで狼も躊躇して殺人をやめることを僕は期待してますが。
それは
無理よ。狼は来るぞ。
なるほど。ただそうだとしても被害がないのに攻撃をするというのはなかなかストレスフルな決断ですから。この状況でほぼ間違いなく狼ではない誰かに犠牲になってもらって今晩の一人に団結のための犠牲になってもらう方がまだマシだと思いますね。
He had a point. As a general rule, it was disadvantageous for the humans to waste an opportunity to lynch. However, making a preemptive attack when you had limited information and the chance of getting a wolf was low was extremely risky. Thus, it was a good option to prioritize emotional superiority and unity. Not many people could argue against this. Hashimoto-san was just too good of a speaker, the opposite of Kiyonosuke-shi. His suggestion was beneficial for the wolves too, but only for now. It would be far more difficult for us to kill someone tonight.
今聞いて僕も橋本さんのおっしゃることに一理あると思いました。実際まだお互いのことをよく知りもしない方が混じっている状況で誰か一人をすぐ殺してしまうのはもったいない。
それは私も思いました。おそらくですがこの読み意味の宴で最後にものを言うのは情報ですよね。
どういうことかな、Q ちゃん。
誰が誰の味方をしたか、誰がいつおかしなことを言ったか、そういうのの積み重ねが狼を特定する。人が嘘をつけないルールにしたことで嘘を重ねていく狼はいつかボロを出す。そうやって狼を見つけてから対処するのがきっと正しいですし、きっと一人の手がかりから全ての狼を明らかにするとか、そういうことも考えられるんじゃないかと。
なるほど、推理ってわけだ。そこまでうまくいくかはわかりませんが、狼を泳がせておいて情報を集め後で特定することができれば、それ以降無駄な処刑を行わずに済むから遅れを取り戻せるかもしれませんね。それに 今夜何もわからないわけじゃない。蛇は確実に誰か一人の正体を知ることになるから。
そうですね。誤って蛇を処刑しないためにも今日は見送るのがいいのかも。
He presented the likely disadvantages that could emerge and provided ways to turn them around. It was really effective. Most here didn't want to kill anyone yet, but had to balance out the pros and cons of doing so. If they were told that the negatives could be made up for, they had no reason not to cling to that. Crap. I felt silent. Silent people were considered to be passive accomplices to the wolves. I had to say
確か
something.
に有効に思えます。ちょっと露骨な話ですが、もう一つ利点がある。
何かな？
狼側は当然優先的にカゴ者を殺したいわけですよね。しかし今日処刑を行えば狼側がカゴ者を選ぶ選択肢を狭めることにもなります。特に本格的に容疑者に選ばれた人がカゴ者だったりすれば、その人は自分の正体を明かさざるを得なくなる。人は嘘をつかないし、狼は互いの正体を知ってるので、狼は確実にそれがカゴ者だとわかる。しかし現時点でカゴ者が名乗り出るメリットはゼロです。まだ誰も何もカゴによって情報を得ていないから。
ただ狼に殺されるだけ。
そう。
確かだね。
もちろんカゴ者を引く可能性は低いですが、
No.
ただの人をくくってしまえばその
Worst timeline.
狼が殺す候補も減る。狼でない人は今13人。1人いなくなれば12人。
母数が減ればそれだけカゴ者が当たる率が高い。
やっぱり初日にくくることは弊害が大きそうに思いますね。
I actually thought that this way of handling the wolves was good for the humans. From what I could tell, Kaori-san and Haru-chan would be found out sooner than later. I had my looping and was generally a scumbag, so I wasn't as shaken by the situation as they were, but my situation wasn't exactly solid. I could fall into traps set by the humans too.
どう思う？匠に。
狼が絶対に殺すって前提で話が進んでるのが気に食わねえが、殺されないならこっちも殺さないってのはわかるな。おやっさんは？
狼は確かに殺す。
そうかもしれねえがよ。
が、でけえのの言うこともわかる。今日くくるかくくらんかで票取れ。それで決まりゃ、それで植松の記録せ。
はい。
あ、忘れてた。
あ？
君、猿は名乗り出ない理由がないって言ってたよね。
ええ。猿は相互証明できるから語られにくいし、それ以上の能力はないから狼にも狙われにくいから。
なるほど。というわけで僕は猿です。ちなみにもう一人の方はちょっと読みが分かりづらいのと漢字が潰れてて分かりづらかったけど、なんとかださん。
鴨志田近持は僕だ。僕は猿だ。僕は猿だ。僕は
何回言うのよ。
そっか、モッチーは猿だったんだ。
In relief, Yatsunaga-kun was glad that his best friend was definitely not a wolf. Such behavior was a good way to guess whether someone was a wolf or not. Reactions were important.
橋本さんが親切ぶった狼じゃないってことが確かになったわけだが、改めて票取っていいか？処刑を行うか行わないか。
違う。今日くくるか死人が出るのを待ってくくるかよ。死人が出たらどうあっても一日一人くくる。そう約束せえ。
ああ。
まあしょうがないんじゃない？ 一方的に殺され続けるなんて納得できないでしょ。
耐えばもええか。
そうね。
構わんのではないかね。
僕もいいです。
With no more counter-arguments, we began the vote. The results came quick. The only ones who voted to hang someone today were the old wolf guy and Kanzoshi. Everyone else chose to wait until the wolves made a move, so we didn't hang anyone today. The dining hall was a much more pleasant place than it was in the morning. Yasumizu was a place full of decent people who readily accepted the idea that they wouldn't have to kill anyone today. The same applied to the wolves, or so I thought, but they didn't look so good.
面白そうな学問だな。もうゼミには入ってるのかい？
ええ、君吉先生っていう方で。
君吉さん。一度ラサでたまたま出会った日本人が大学の先生で、そんなお名前だったような。
あ、その人ですよ。専門がシナチベット語族なんで、たびたび向こうに行ってるみたいです。
なるほど。世界は狭いね。
橋本さんや先生にとってはですよ。
Another reason was Hashimoto-san. Once he stopped being silent, he turned out to be extremely sociable and understanding. The dining hall would fall silent every now and then, so he walked around and talked to people, bolstering morale and seemingly naturally suited to the role. He wasn't exactly a jokester, but everyone who talked to him seemed to be having fun. He'd even gotten a faint smile out of Haru-chan. I wasn't jealous or anything. I did wonder why Chiemi hadn't told me about her specialty. And honestly, I had no right to be jealous. I already used my looping to get together with 2 women. Nah, doing what I did back then seemed the best thing to do in those situations, and... Putting Haru-chan aside for a moment, both Chiemi and Rikako-san were really charming. Chiemi was a bit unhinged at her core, but Mitsuji wasn't all that different. Rikako-san was fun, and her two-faced nature was kind of attractive to me. But, well, I really wasn't in a position to think about what came after the mist cleared.
Haruaki様とお話ししたい。
あ、すみません。ちょっとこっちが立て込んでて。
すみません。失礼しました。
I was making dinner with Kaori-san. I'd invited her to do it so we would be well fed and ready for tomorrow. Of course, this was to distract her from reality. I didn't want her unpleasant nature to take over and make her throw in aconite into the food, so I took it upon myself to cut the veggies. As I worked, I watched what was going on at the dining hall. I could see most of their faces from their counter. Last time, the first day was relatively peaceful, but this day was even more relaxed. Tai-san's incessant prayers and Kanzo-san's continued state of high alert mode made it a bit uncomfortable, but that was it. One reason for the good atmosphere here was the fact that no one had died yet, so it was still possible that it was just some sort of sick joke. Another reason was the presence of the one who died all the previous times, Hashimoto-san. He was a master at helping everyone lighten up. I could even include Mamiya-san as a reason. Hashimoto-san was alive, and she wasn't a wolf this time, so she wasn't hysterical like in the previous loop. Though she was writing something with a troubled frown on her face.
キューちゃんは取材のまとめかい？
記事にするかはわからないから、今のところはノーで。ただ、興味深いことは興味深いですね。
オカルト？
ええ。あまり日本的じゃないなと思いまして、ここの話。
ほう、それはちょっと興味あるな。
これ続けても大丈夫です？村の伝説に私なんかが講釈をして不快だったりしません？どうかな？私は普通に興味ありますけど。
俺は別に興味ね
え。でも、まあ暇だし。
りっちゃんは？一応こういうの担当でしょ？
いえ。真珠は身車家の役です。でも、そうですね。私も、少し興味があります。
Things were going just like they had last time. Everyone was interested in what she had to say, and she revealed her knowledge about god slaying and servant worship. Susanoo beating Orachi, Aesop's fables, Yomatsu Okami, aka Izanami. Then Tai-san became upset just like last time. The only difference was that I wasn't involved in the conversation.
OK です。ここまでにしましょう。ただ、ちょっと気になることが一つありまして。ここで歌われているわらべ歌みたいな歌について教えていただきたいんです。
There we go. Oh? She herself mentioned it, huh? It led to just about the same words as last time. Mamiya-san pointed out how the lyrics had a lot to do with the feast. She began questioning the parts she didn't understand, such as the badger, and Kiyonosuke-shi, among others, answered her.
興味深い話だけど。ムジナだけ今に残っていないのは不自然で気になるな。
The thing I had pointed out last time was now pointed out by Hashimoto-san. He and Mamiya-san continued examining the relationship between prayer to Shinai and the feast. Tai-san mentioned that the badger was a servant of the Okami-sama, and that there was a statue in the Shinai shrine. She also talked about the late Gen-san's words. The badger's waiting for the Okami-sama to return.
なんだかいる気がするな。ムジナはこの中に。
He raised the same suspicion as I had.
牧島さんが前の宴に参加してたってことなら、そのゲンさんという方も参加してた可能性が高そうだし、その時にムジナが出てきたから、遠回しな言い方で警告を残したのかもしれない。
何ですそれ、橋本さん。推測ですよね。
そうだね。少し決め手に欠けるかな。
Now it was time for something new.
狼、よもつ狼、狼。橋本さん、私、すごいことに気づいたかもしれません。
何かな。
今更なんですが、神内明神の神内という名の由来ってどなたかご存知ですか？
She'd been curious about this Nkami Fujiyoshi too. What of it, though?
神内さんは公式には猿なし山という名らしいからね。猿が猿に、なしがなしに置き換わったのだろう。
違いますよ、野里様。神内様は昔から神内様。明治の時に読めんからってお上が名前変えたと聞いてますよ。
逆か。
つまりもともと神内だった。山脇さん、その語源については？
知りません。
多分これは漢字トリックです。神内、内の漢字は大と示すでなっています。
She wrote down the relevant kanji.
これを組み替えると、
She then wrote down the kanji for big, then show to the right of it, and sheen to the right. The result was...
神の部首は示す編。実際に旧字は神だし、つまりこれは狼。神内様イコール狼様ということじゃないでしょうか。
バカなことを。
Tai-san shouted hysterically. You could hear it in her voice that she was shaken up. Of course she would be. According to Yasumizu's legend, the humans and servants killed the wolves, the Okami-sama. However, it reinforced my theory. I had lots of clues that led me to think that Okami and Great Lord Shinai were one and the same. His use of the corruption is one thing. Another thing was the fact that he was neutral in the battle between humans and wolves, or Yomibito and wolves. Yet another thing was the local outlook on life and death. If people went to the Yomi upon death, they would go there regardless if they were hanged or killed by wolves. That was why they said rise not. It meant go to Yomi and don't return. However, in the Shinai faith, the mountain was a place where corpses were buried, so it wasn't strange for it to be considered the same as the world of the dead.
ともかくイザナミは多くの神を生む過程で落命し、スッタモンダの果てに根の国を支配する神となった。
根の国？
黄泉の別名よ。根の片す国とも言う。海の向こうにあるとも言うし、根の国に黄泉という場所があるとも言うけど。
Maybe I was reading into this too deeply, but Nenokuni, country of the roots, gave me an image of the underground of a tree-covered mountain.
お、待て待て。そりゃこじつけじゃねえのか？第一、狼を隠す必要なんてどこにある？
それこそ大神神社と差別化を図ったのかもしれないし、神道に組み込むために難解にひねったのかもしれない。あるいは信仰を隠す必要があったとか。
信仰を隠すですか？
例えば狼様を大っぴらに信仰できないような状況があって、その信仰を隠す必要があるとき、別の信仰の形をとって信仰を守る。例えば江戸期のキリシタン禁止下におけるマリア観音とかね。それに神様の一の使いが神様本人と混同されるもまたよくあるわ。衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。古代、神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。集落の合体によって、それぞれが奉じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり、あるいは、かつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうやって力関係の辻褄を合わせたわけ。
Quite literally, my god is stronger than yours.
強力な神や悪魔ほど、異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。
Yeah, well, my god made your god his
そこに融
bitch.
合されているの。今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから、多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。だから、もちろん真実はわからないけど、これで信内モーデの歌を読み解くと、だいぶ意味が変わってきそう。何しろ、歌には狼とお守りの対立関係が書かれてない。
It's true.
例えば、狼イコール信内さんは、未だに4つ、いや、5つのお守りと友好的かつ絶対的な主従関係にあり、怪しい読み人と人間に吹き込み、加護を与えることで相争わせているとかかしら。
She went that far with this audience.
すみません。さすがにそこまでおっしゃられると
Ty's face.
あまり。
そうよ。よう知りもせんと。
Naturally, Rikako-san and Tai-san had something to say about that.
ああ、これはすみません。僕らとしては、伝説や神話に信憑性があると思ってるから、こうでなきゃ、そもそもこんなことに参加してもいないし、外に出るだの、警察に訴えるだの、騒いでいるでしょ
う。私がその役してますね、今。
芹沢さんは半信半疑ってところかな。実のところ今ここに完全に疑ってる人はいないと思いますよ。ただ、ムジナは伝説から抜け落ちかけていた。伝説も宴のルールも同じく口伝によって伝えられています。一番怖いのは 伝承に詳しい山脇さんや植松さんがご出念されていることが他にないかということですね。
そんなものないとは確かに断じがたいですが。
植松様じゃが。
まあただ話はそんなに難しくはないと思うんですよ。織部安永くんだったかな。
あ、はい。
僕らはさっき人は嘘をつかないという方針、もし人であるにもかかわらず狼に組みする者、つまりその人はきっと狼様のために嘘をつくか、あるいは暴れたりとかすると思うんだが、どう思うかな。
そうですね。ムジナがどうとかがなくてもそのケースは危惧するべき。でもそれは
嘘つきや暴れた奴はたとえ人でも狼の味方だから、問答無用でくくればいい、そういうこったろ。
Yoshitsugu-kun, who'd been sitting at the corner of the room and staring at a wall in boredom, suddenly spoke up. He wasn't wrong in the least, which was probably intended by Hashimoto-san.
どうやら本格的に後ろめたいことはしない方が良さそうですね。
それは
言われんでも、あたしたちはこれまで誠実に生きてきましたわいね。親内様はいつも見ておられる。
いいですね、素朴で人間性にまっすぐ訴えるような信仰だ。
With that, I finally understood something. Yudai Hashimoto was the same type of person as me. He controlled people through speech and manipulated their emotions through words to put himself in an advantageous position. The difference between us was that his conscience, presence, and persuasiveness were far above mine. And he was a human, an enemy to us wolves. He just like me, for real, for real. Haru was in a seat near Yasunaga-kun and Mochi's, not saying a word. Pretending to pick something up from the counter, I crouched down and looked at Kaori-san. With her back to everyone, she cut veggies, and though her expression wasn't as bad as before, it was still full of anguish and unease. Time passed by as everyone chatted, ate a larger dinner than ever before, chatted a bit more, then split up. The only notable thing was the moment when Mamiya-san tried to ask Kanzo-san about the previous feast. Hashimoto-san stopped her, though. I noticed Haru-chan make a face, and part of me was relieved by that. The previous feast took her parents, and it was the time she went into the mist and lived to tell the tale. It'd have been bad if she'd gone crazy again. Hashimoto-san seemed to have noticed that possibility, so he stopped Mamiya-san to prevent it. Was it really good to help him survive? A part of me actually believed that. Sure, without him, I'd been a human and survived the feast, but it didn't solve anything. Becoming a wolf and making an enemy of him. Becoming a wolf and making an enemy out of him was just an unfortunate side effect that came with letting him live, and I just had to accept that. After dinner, right when everyone was preparing to split up, Hashimoto-san whispered something to Takumi-san. Takumi-san's expression suddenly turned serious. Apparently, Hashimoto-san had told him to say something, and Takumi-san did exactly that.
今日、俺たちは誰もくくらなかった。だから、この中に狼がいるとしても、今夜誰も殺さないことを俺は期待したい。そうすれば明日もくくらないで済む。
ありえん。
ああ、そうかもしれねえ。そうなったら、この中の誰かには明日の朝、もう会えねえことになる。これで、お別れになる。そのことは肝に銘じて、悔いのないよう、言いたいことは言っておけよ。
The bright mood suddenly changed. The mood turned heavy as everyone exchanged handshakes and gave their thanks to each other. Chiemi, Haru-chan, even Yoshitsugu-kun became teary-eyed as Kaori-san said those words to her sons. If I'm gone tomorrow, live strong, you two. She was a wolf, but her words were so honest that they both listened without a word. The village heads here seemed lonely, giving Tai-san and Takumi-san fuel for doubt, while Mochi talked to the old wolf guy. It was a moment where their relationships became very clear. One particularly impactful moment was when Haru-chan approached her lonely-looking grandfather. Her eyes were still red from her goodbyes to Yasunaga-kun and Mochi.
おじいちゃん、もし私が明日起きてこなかったら。
そんなことは起きん。
For a moment it looked like he knew what she was, but then...
嘘。狼は必ず殺すって言ってたじゃん。おじいちゃんは、春にだけ嘘をつく。優しくしてるつもり？
Kanzo-san didn't know how to respond, a rarity for him.
そういうのいいから、聞いて。私が死んだら、私が死んでも、お酒とか飲みすぎないようにしてね。
春。
Kanzo-san slowly extended his hand to her, but it was too late. Haru-chan had already turned around. A grandfather and granddaughter, both awkward beyond belief. After watching their exchange, I was actually relieved that Haru-chan didn't say anything she shouldn't have, which made me question my own humanity again. Yasunaga-kun must have been in a similar state of mind the first time. Feeling sympathy for the first wolf I'd encountered, I gave Chiemi, who'd approached to give her goodbyes to me, some half-hearted nice wolf words. I'd done the same for Rikako-san, who'd finished the exchange with a silent but resolute farewell.
昼間のことは許してあげるから。
もし明日会えなくても、わだかまりはなし、かい？
うん。
That was that with Haru-chan. The disgrace on my name was cleared, and she now neither disliked or liked me.
時間取らせてすまねえな。それじゃあみんな、おやすみ。
Takumi-san nonchalantly concluded the event. Everyone silently began leaving the dining hall.
うさいしさんも戻ってください。
We were done with the after-dinner cleanup, so I had no reason to stay behind. I didn't sense anyone in the mist, but that was just because I couldn't. Not because there was no one there. Everyone was probably using this as a chance to have the secret talks they couldn't, or just silently listening for those. It was probably a good idea to thank him. I hear someone's voices near the stairs to the dorm. Mamiya-san was talking to Hashimoto-san, right where she died last time.
どのくらい本気です？
少なくとも僕ら以外は皆本気だと思う。ジャーナリストならみんな知ってる。この世で一番怖いのは人間だよ。
ええ、オカルト絡みでも本当に人が死んだ証拠があるのは人が殺した場合だけですからね。
すみません。
I considered eavesdropping, but it had been bad if they noticed, so I called out.
ふさわしく？びっくりした。
すみません。橋本さん、昼の時はありがとうございます。
何かやったかな？
あのままだと、なし崩し的に僕が殺されていたかもしれませんから。
ああ、はっはっは。まあ、君が殺されたら、次は僕らってことになりそうだったしね。
確かに。でも本当、助かりました。
いやいや、君には霧が出るところをちょうど助けてもらった恩もあるし。
わかりました。しかし、本当に夜出歩いたらまずいのでしょうか？夜の間に抜け出すとかは。
さっき私が言ったわ。
やめておいた方がいいね。こんなノームは僕も経験したことがない。夜の山じゃ遭難しかねない。それに村の皆さんがそれを絶対的な禁忌と感じている以上、霧を
彼らが襲ってくると？
いやいやそんなことはないと思うよ。ただ 信じる心というのは幻を見せることも多々ある。信じる人に囲まれれば僕らもやがて、そんな中では努めて別のことを考えて気を紛らわせるのが最上っていうのが僕の経験則でね。
Those were some meaningful words.
橋本さんは伝説云々を信じてはいないんですね。
信じる信じないは考えていないよ。それは身の安全が確保されてから専門家が考える。
どうでしょうね。記事にできそうな気はしないですけど。
僕はただ穏やかにここから離れられればそれに越したことはないんだ。
なるほど。そうなるといいですね。
That was the end. I bid them good night and went my own way. I hadn't met anyone else on my way back to the prefab. Yoshitsugu-kun didn't invite me to go out at night, and neither Chiemi nor Rikako-san visited to have a talk. They were probably satisfied with the goodbyes in the dining hall. Everyone used to struggle at this time because they hadn't felt like they'd done everything they had to. This time was different, though. Everyone was calmly waiting for the wolves to strike, fully ready for it. The humans were in the perfect mental state. There was nothing for them to worry about. And it was all because of Hashimoto-san. Then there was the exchange just now.
ああ、はっはっは。まあ、君が殺されたら、次は僕らってことになりそうだったしね。
To me, that sounded like, I didn't do it for your sake.
いやいや、君には霧が出るところをちょうど助けてもらった恩もあるし、なんならこれでチャラにしようじゃないか。
And that was like, you sure helped us at a strange time, huh? He seemed reasonably suspicious of me. Was I just overthinking it? No, that would be overly optimistic. It was clear to me that he'd made it past the first day better than anyone so far, even myself. If he was that talented, he must have already analyzed the situation and noticed that something was strange. They happened to have their tires burst, then be given rooms, and gotten caught up in the feast. It was clearly orchestrated, and I was the one who stood out as a suspect. I'd been chosen by a village head, joined them in their van, and actively gave them a place to sleep. The situation was made even worse by the fact that they were right and that I was a wolf. Since I couldn't mention the looping, I couldn't really say that I was their savior. Not only that, but he was the monkey. He'd secured a good role in relationship with the others, and had a surprisingly keen eye and mind. He'd have been an extremely reliable ally. I'd really appreciated it when he presented the idea that we shouldn't hang anyone today. After all, at that moment, just like Kanzo-san, I'd thought that not hanging anyone was foolish. Thus, I'd thought that he was foolish too. But now, because of his idea, everyone became suddenly somewhat ready to accept someone's death, and to unify to defeat the wolves responsible. He'd also succeeded in preventing a lynching way smoother than I. I could only create a stalemate, while he actually talked the people into voting for or against hanging. Kanzo-san didn't want to look like he broke, so he hadn't changed his opinion, but he was still pretty accepting of the idea to not hang anyone. Hashimoto-san did it with great finesse, and it was something I couldn't do. We'd eventually find out if that was a good thing or not, or rather, they'd decide based on what the wolves did today. However, I'd already felt like I was falling behind him. Would I really have to defeat him? There was Mamiya-san too. She was way more stable and smart than last time. The way she'd pointed out that Shinai was probably Ookami, or Great God, showed that she would be extremely useful in finding out the truth. She'd also noticed and mentioned the badger without my help. She'd probably noticed it last time too, but hadn't mentioned it because she was a wolf. This time, with Hashimoto-san's suggestion, they decided that they would hang all liars, regardless if they were wolves or the badger. That was a smart move. It kept the humans from lying just for the sake of it, and countered the badger whether it existed or not. They were a pretty balanced pair. Mamiya-san was blunt and straightforward, while Hashimoto-san gently reproved her and provided only the best solutions. They were a much better team than I'd expected, and the fact that they were enemies was pretty bad for us. As a wolf, I had to consider the other humans too. especially the Oribe brothers. After all, their mother, the demon who tried to kill everyone and swallowed her last words for their sake, was a wolf this time. If I didn't go about this the right way, I would be the one to die. Haru-chan probably wouldn't want to kill Yasunaga-kun or Mochi either. Kanzo-san was her family too, but I wasn't sure about their relationship. Still, I didn't think she'd want to kill her. And finally, could I really kill Chiyomi and Rikako-san? Though it was all made void by the looping, they liked me, and I liked them. Would I really whisper sweet nothings to them during the day, only to kill them at night? I didn't want to do that. That thought was my last before my consciousness faded.
Eh?
I jumped up, throwing the blanket to the side. Why was I asleep? Didn't I have something to do as a wolf? I could feel myself turn pale as I realized I just made a huge mistake. But the next moment I noticed something that terrified me in a whole different way. There was something next to my legs. Unable to understand what was what, I let fear take control and pathetically backed away. Nothing was happening. I reached into my bag, took out a flashlight I got from the convenience store, and turned it on. What the hell was all this? It looked like the parts of a costume, particularly the kind used in action hero shows. No, that didn't seem right either. It was like some traditional ritual clothing. Bracers, tabi, straw zori, a faded kimono, and a hakama. All of it smelled awful, like half-dried laundry being boiled. There was something that stood out more than the rest. It was a kimono underskirt with some blurry sutra-like text on it. There was another piece of cloth with similar text on it, and it was connected to something weird. Oh, was this a mask?
我ら老面を授くれば必ずこうぶりて急ぐべし
Right, that thing had told us to wear this. We were supposed to put this on and cleanse ourselves. The bad smell made me readily apprehensive. Didn't they have the order wrong? Didn't cleansing come before putting on some sacred clothing? That reminded me that I hadn't cleansed myself before sleeping. Wasn't that bad? Remembering the situation, I checked the time again. The phone I'd charged with a battery showed that it was 10 o'clock. Great Lord Shinai had momentarily put me to sleep to bring this thing here. What if I hadn't woken up? Man, were they treading a fine line here. That aside, I was basically being told to put this on and go outside. I gathered my resolve. Was this good enough? Though the light here was poor, there were fewer pieces than I thought, so I could put it on without much trouble. It was unexpectedly well designed, and from what I could tell, it was hand-sewn. The mane, did wolves even have those? Seemed to be made of rice straw. It didn't seem cheap at all, and though I couldn't be sure, it seemed to be designed to look divinely imposing. The mask seemed to be a wooden carving with insane amounts of detailed work put into it, a true masterpiece. By the time I put it on, it didn't care much about the smell. It wasn't hard to move in or anything. The inscribed cloth was on the bottom. On the bottom was connected to the belt. I put it on like it was a traditional grass skirt, and it wasn't a big hindrance for running or anything else. The cloth connected to the mask that hid the face like some kind of stagehand's clothing, and I could only see a head between the gaps, through the gaps between them. The wolf-like mask itself was simply resting on my forehead. As I put it all on, I found a bucket and a ladle among the items. It was full of water, and I knew I had to cleanse myself with this. I was a bit apprehensive about this, but I took out some water and poured it on my head. It jumped off the rice straws, making my shoulders wet, or spreading across the area. Was I doing it right? I was still worried, but just putting it on was meaningless, so I put my hand on the door, and sensed something bad outside. It wasn't anything vague like bloodlust or evil mojo. It was sounds I could actually hear. I heard grass being parted. I heard the sounds of something walking through the sand. Shallow breathing, low growls, distant roars full of malice. It reminded me of the time I was locked in the outhouse and I sensed something bestial outside. This was exactly the same as last time. There was something outside. Lots of them, in fact. Last time I'd only survived because I'd held the door shut when something was about to open it, and I had to go outside this time? I'd be okay just because I was wearing this? No way. It seemed like a sick joke. Oh, but I really wanted to see it. What a familiar sensation. Just then the doorknob clattered.
妻子さん起きてるの？
I still heard beasts outside, but the voice clearly belonged to a girl, Harumakishima.
はるちゃん？
気安く呼ばないでくださいよ。
安全なの？
ちゃんと路面つけてみそぎしてれば。
Was she telling the truth? Was it really her outside? Even if it was some sort of illusion, if I didn't open, my presence in this flow event would be pointless. I fired myself up and unlocked the door. The moment I opened the door, I saw a short wolf that scared me like hell.
うるさいな。
はるちゃんで間違いない？
そうですよ。ほら。
She moved the cloth covering her face, and sure enough, it was Haru-chan. She was clad in a wolf outfit and had the bucket and ladle in her hands.
あなたもそれ持たなきゃ。
これ持ち運ぶの？
うん。常に巻かないと。
She took some from her bucket and spread it behind her. That action was followed by squealing sounds. I felt something squirm and run off.
何がいるの？
汚れの運び手。
She spread some more water. This time on me.
冷た。何すんの？
She repeated it a couple of times with great intensity to boot.
何って全然みそぎしてないじゃないですか。
そんなに全身びしょびしょにならないとまずいの？
As if she felt that explaining it was pointless, she just touched the cloth near her waist. Sure enough, it was completely wet.
一つ聞いていいかな？
何？
それが正しいやり方だとして、なぜそれを知ってる？
なぜかな？わかる？
何か隠してない？
隠してないですよ。
同じ狼なら隠し事は？
何が不安なの？
Those words shut me
ま
up.
あ、気持ちはわかるけど、私はもう落ち着いたから、あなたもすぐ慣れるよ。
わかった。
I wasn't satisfied, but I backed down anyway.
ところでデスマス言葉、慣れてないなら普通でいいよ。
慣れ慣れしくしないでください。行きましょう。香織さん、待ってるし。
Yeah. The chasm between us was wide. Or maybe Chiemi and Rikako-san were just too easy. Apparently, Haru-chan had walked through the mist without any light. I took out my small flashlight
かっこいい。
and was met with a weird reaction.
あげるよ。一応、二つあるし。
I prepared them in case we ended up running away with someone at night. I sure as hell didn't expect to be a wolf, though.
嘘。いいの？
うん。暗いと危ない。ちなみにどうやって来たの？
安水の道なんて覚えてるし。
Made sense. It was dangerous regardless, though, so I just gave her one and showed her how to use it.
ただ、みんなにバレないようにね。夜出歩いてるなんてバレたら大変だ。
そうですね。わかった。
She spread some water again, then put the ladle back and took the
代わ
flashlight.
りに、時々撒いてください。
She led me through the dark path. I could barely see anything, but I did sense something bestial in the darkness. It was clearly hostile towards us, and several of them were surrounding us from a distance. However, they didn't come any closer. They also backed away if I spread some water. The flashlight could barely make it through the mist, so it didn't help to see anything in the distance. It was pretty useless, to be honest, but Haru-chan seemed to like it. She also swung it around like a sword, or rather, a lightsaber. What were these bringers of the corruption anyway? Actual Japanese wolves, perhaps? Every now and then I saw eyes light up in the mist. Besides that, I also heard growls and the sounds of something stepping in the sand. Dogs, right? That had to be it. Yasumizu was completely full of dogs right now. That expression made it seem adorable. But, seriously, no way. If my assumption was right, this situation was way scarier than some supernatural, simple phenomenon. I continued spreading water, too much of it, all the way there.
房石さん
A wolf of the same stature as Kaori-san stood up from the chair in the dining hall. It was very
房
surreal.
石です。香織さん
はい、
ですよね。
笹石です。
ええちょっと心配したわ。
もう着替えてて出るところだったみたい。
差し支えなかった？
ええ、なんとか。香織さんも段取りはご承知だったのですか？
ええ、どうしてか分かっていたわ。不思議だけど、あの時新内様にそう伺ってから。
あれ、3人いましたよね。新内様って3人いるんですか？
それはよくわからないけれど。
昼記者の人が言ってたでしょ。新内様は狼様だって。だから3人いたんじゃないんですか？私らは狼様から直接加護を授かったってこと。
それで君らは納得するんだ。
だって見たじゃないですか。
Right. That strange experience did actually seem supernatural. People tended to accept anything they could see.
では行きましょうか。
え、どこにです？
殺しに。
Wait, what?
香織さん、誰殺すか決めないと。
ああ、そうだったわ。つい気が流行っちゃって。
今日の宴の感じ見たらやっぱおじいちゃんじゃないかな。
匠さんも危ないと思うわ。
Fucking hell! Women.
待ってください。2人とも本気ですか？
何が？
肉親を殺すんだぞ。あんた、息子のことが惜しくないのか？
She twitched and tilted in an unnatural way.
知ってるわ。知ってますとも。惜しくないわけがないでしょ。でも仕方ないじゃない。新内様の言う通りにしなきゃ。
香織さん。
君もだ、春ちゃん。安永君やモッチーのことを殺していいのか？
それは嫌だけど。じゃあどうすればいいのよ。3人で逃げ出すとでも？
That really wasn't the way to go. We'd get lost or killed by the monsters. The mist would just send me back to square one. All I could do here was pick one or the other. Hey, I get to pick kill no one. Woohoo! We're gonna find out why no one picks this option.
殺人なんてすべきじゃない。
Watch, the wolves are gonna kill me.
殺すのは
That's gonna be fucking
やめないか。
nice. The rule was 1 kill per night, just like with humans. That was a limit. Basically, we couldn't kill 2 or more, but there was no rule about not killing at all. Thankfully, we had the perfect situation for that.
香織さん、しっかりするんだ。これは信託でも何でもない。何かひどく悪質な陰謀です。それに従えばあなたは絶対に後悔する。あなたの体がそれを証明してしまっているでしょう。そんなに震えてまともに喋れなくなってまで神内明神の眷属という役割にこだわる必要はないんです。幸い匠さんはこちらが殺さない限り向こうも殺さないという体制を作ってくれています。僕らが殺さなければ殺し合いは起こらない。
本当に本当なの？
ええ、互いに手を出さない限りはその間に解決策を探れるはずです。もちろんこの状況で正体を明かさずに信頼関係を維持するのは、でも息子を殺すよりはあなたはきっと前向きに望めるんじゃないですか。
それはそうよ。 もちろんだわ。
Did it? Yasumizu's laws weren't absolute. I'd just proved it. Or so I thought. I felt a light impact on my side, and when blood started to pour out, I thought I was living out some sick joke. A moment later, my consciousness quickly began to fade, making me realize once again that death could come out of nowhere. As I collapsed on my back, my eyes met those of the smallish wolf, Haru-chan. Even through the cloth, I could tell they were cold, stern, and full of disgust and hatred for powerless
や
vermin.
っぱりよそ者はダメだわ。
The words were even colder than the emerging shadow of death.
山の掟は絶対だというのに。
Okay, so what if I do that again, but this time I kill her? I don't get that option, do I? In her hand, she had a bloody grass sickle.
香織さんは分かってるよね。
My vision soon faded completely.
兄ちゃんもよし君も私たちが楽にしてあげないといけない。
At first, I'd felt the taste of blood fill my mouth, but even that was gone
そ
now.
れが私らの使命だって。
I couldn't feel warmth or cold anymore.
いや、いやよ、そんなの。
じゃあいい。死ね。
I stopped hearing whatever they were up to, and as my consciousness faded, I realized that I'd failed. Man, the wolves this time were just awful. A key. Irrational Purge. Game over. Oopsie daisy. There we go. So this is really
僕らは
bad.
狼だ。狼は読み人を皆殺しにしなきゃならない。
結局そうでしょ。
僕はいい。あなたたちはそれでいいんだろうな。自分の大事なものが手にかかる瞬間、背中から刺したりは本当にしないんだろうな。僕はあなた方の神内明神に対する信心を疑っていません。しかし、神の一声で一切の人間性を失えるほど人でなしじゃないとも思ってる。
I've thrown away my humanity, Jojo.
もう一度問います。本当に殺しますが、いいんですね。
分かった。いいですよ。
She went and said it.
では、香織さんは？
ああ、分かったわ。
じゃあ。
My words were cut off. And so was my breathing. What?
私たちは自分
What
た
the
ちで自
fuck?
分たちを殺すべきだったんだわ。
An intense heat or cold in my back.
そうすれば黄泉より落ちてあの子たちとまた会える。
When the sensation was pulled out of my body, I began to feel my life leave
そ
me.
うすれば母としてあの子たちを手にかけずに済む。
I understood that she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I didn't expect it to be so bad that she would resort to such drastic measures. I collapsed forward.
はるちゃん、じっとしていてね。裏切り者！
That was the last thing I heard as I choked on my own blood and breathed my last. Had I chosen the wrong way to go about it? How could I have convinced her? My questions faded with my consciousness. Another key, 17. And here we go. Game over. Trick them. Wait. But how? What? Hold on. Let me think about this. Hmm. How is he gonna do that? You know what? Astound me with your scumbaggery, Haruaki. Let's hear it. If I insisted on killing, the mother snapped, and if I insisted on not killing, it was the girl. That experience made it impossible for me to choose either. The locals could have at least had the decency to harbor the same kind of madness. If I continued this with little tricks, it'd lead to problems in the future. And I also wanted to find a scenario in which I didn't die. Thus I decided to spend this timeline fulfilling the role of the wolf. Also, it seemed easier to create a full fanatic out of a doubter than to correct an unwavering zealot. I'll have to make Kaori-san kill her sons. Jesus! For that, I needed a good story.
信じてもらえるかどうかわからないですが。
Oh boy. Chubbs, are you here? Okay. She needed a story that could match the absurd legends. Oh god.
この村を救いに来たんです。
Oh boy. It had to be like entertainment and seem like fiction, like something Rikako-san would like.
救いに来た
They lended an ear to me. I had it in the bag now.
信じられないかもしれませんが、僕にはなんというか普通の人には見えないものが少しだけ見えるんです。そのせいでいろいろ面倒もありましたけどね。今はこの力を使って面倒ごとの解決を請け負う仕事をしてるんです。
じゃあ世を儚んだって話は。
嘘です。若者が死のうとしてるって話は田舎では受けるんですよ。今回は上藤吉のとある方の依頼でここに来たんですけどね。
誰よ、長者？
ええ、誰か詳しくは言いませんけどね。安水という場所に昔から怪奇現象があるからそこで潜入してみたら、案の定誰も彼もが人ならぬものになり果てていた。彼らにはその自覚はない。この安水という場所はあの世との境界が曖昧だから、あなたたちも彼らも。だけど一度霧が出たらもうおしまいだ。偽の平和は終わり、黄泉に落ちた人たちと争わなければならなくなった。それが山の神神内明神の望み。僕らが昨晩まみえた人心老面の神の望みのようですね。
どうしてそんなことに。
The truth was less important than the ties to the real story.
元より安水はそういう場所だ。ここの食べ物を食べていれば、いずれ身も心も黄泉のものになる。神内明神のかつてのお守りもそうなった。かの神は霧が立つたび蘇ってくる彼らを撃退せねばならない。
それならなんでこんな回りくどいことを？
かの神がひどく弱くなっているから。
I would have just went with because he's a cunt, but that works too. That surprised them both.
神内様が弱い。
ええ、何しろ落ちたお守りを奉ずる四長者にこの山は支配されている。彼らも真相は知らないんだろうね。自分たちの祖がすでに主神を背いて黄泉におもねっているなんて。いずれは根本的に彼らも対処しないといけないでしょう。しかしまずは生き残らないと。
上藤吉もみんな読み人なの？
いや、あくまで安水に暮らす皆だけが読み人のようだ。あなたたちはその中で唯一の人間。その理由はわからないけど、いや、香織さん、あなたもともとここの人間じゃないですね。聖火のもっと北の土地のつながりがあなたを引き止めてる。
なんでわかったの？
一瞬見えたんですよ。
It's a lie. But as someone experiencing these loops, I could easily simulate the supernatural phenomenon of knowing things before they were told to me.
じゃあ私は
君は正直言っていいか迷うな。
I was honest this time. She'd survived going to Yasumizu 8 years ago. That alone was special enough. But would she be okay to hear it? I would just buy some time.
とりあえずこれは没収ね。
I took a small, sharp grass sickle from her hand. It didn't seem like a supernatural power exactly, but I just needed to look skilled.
よそ者である僕が神内明神の掟に背くんじゃないか。もしそうなら殺さなくてはってとこかい。
どうして
荒事にも慣れてるからね。あと香織さんも最悪その辺の包丁で暴れてやろうかって思ってるでしょ。
そんなことないわよ。
いいや、あなたの心の中にはそのようなこう思う鬼面の神が潜んでいます。
What the hell was I saying? They were intently listening to me at least.
強く正しい神だが今はあなたを盲目にしている。子供たちを害したくない一心で真実から目を背けさせている。
それは
外来者である僕が信頼できない気持ちはわかりますが、僕はこの通りあなたたちの味方だ。読み人にこうするためのスキルと経験もあるし、そのために最初にすべきことも分かってる。香織さん。
いやよ。あの子たちがいなければ私の人生は何だったのよ。
今言うべきことじゃないのは承知してますが、織部香織さん、彼らの人生は旦那さんやその他藤吉村に奪われたもの、失ったものの代替品でもない。
あなたどこまで。
あなたの右肩に旦那さんがいます。ああ、義継君によく似てらっしゃる。
He's so... Oh boy. She began crying loudly. What a cliche act this was.
彼らは自分たちが黄泉に落ちたことも知らず、ただ自分たちの魂を汚し続けています。彼らの魂は無言の涙を流し続けている。あなたは母親として彼らを救う義務がある。そういうふうに思うこと。あなたは生きてここを出て自分の人生を歩むべきだ。旦那さんもそう思ってらっしゃるようですよ。
私はこれまでろくに母らしいこともしないで。
誰も責めはしません。
分かっていたわ。私が本当は自分のためにあの子たちを育てて、しば義継にそばで守ってもらって、安永に外に連れ出してもらいたい。私に才覚がなくて、こんなところから抜け出せないからって。
I looked at Haru-chan, worried she might pull something, but she just shrugged a bit.
私のせいであの子たちは変にお互いを意識して悩んでる。
I had no idea what Kaori-san was hiding such weakness under her motherly strength.
どうすればいいのか。
I had to ignore my guilt over taking advantage of it.
彼らだって悪くはない。かりそめの平穏の中で安水の苦境にあえぎながら立派に成長した。でももうおしまいなんです。夢が悪夢に変わる前に終わらせないと誰も悪くない、誰も恨めない。これはいわば 世の断りに巻き込まれた災難です。
It'd be horrible if that was true, honestly. I silently hoped that my lie wouldn't become reality. I also felt that the root of all evil for her in my story were the Higuchi. They'd sent her here, after all. But I kept quiet about it. Anyway, my story seemed to have captured her completely.
一つだけ。
何でしょ
I had to give her something to help her gather her resolve.
どうせやるなら早くあの子たちを早く先に楽にしてあげたいの。
That wouldn't be good for us. If we made the killings personal, someone would notice. Taking out Yasunaga-kun at the start was one thing, but following it up with Yoshitsugu-kun? Would she even stay sane with them gone?
う。でも香織さん、
いいじゃないですか、それで。
Haru-chan had just silently listened for most of my story, but now she'd made herself an obstacle?
香織さん、そうでなきゃ私たちとは一緒にやれない？
私はあの子たちを楽にしてあげたい。そういうこと。そうだったんだわ。私はそうすべき。今そうしてくれないなら私は私でそのように動くわ。
らしいけど。
If Kaori-san let her emotions take over and acted independently, she'd most likely put us in a terrible situation. She'd probably prepare food with aconite. Kiyonosuke she would notice, and she'd be hanged. That'd be of no use to us. She could also use her more messy methods, but no matter what they were, they'd have minimal effect. Violence needed to have perfect timing and force behind it. In that sense, Shiemi's rampage last time was perfect.
あなたが市場で息子を殺すことで、あなたは間違いなく疑われるだろう。
構わないわ。私はそれでくくられて。
あなたは外に出るべきだと。旦那さんも。
いくらあの子たちやあの人がそう願ってくれても、きっとあの子たちを手にかければ。
僕らも困る。狼が一人減れば命が3分の1削れるも同じなんです。ただし、
if
あなたの死に方を僕らに任せてくれるなら、
then
協力しましょ
う。This was awful.
ええ、構わない。
It was awful. I was awful. This team was awful.
今、あなたの旦那さんは見えなくなりました。
あなた、ごめんなさい。
Kaori-san, her sons were basically a replacement for her husband. What she wanted now was basically a forced group suicide along with her sons. And that was the compromise, the overlap between the laws of the mountain and her ego. Why were humans so hard to manipulate?
それでは今日は安永君を。
ええ。
春ちゃんはいいのか？
仕方ないじゃないですか。兄ちゃんは読み人なんだし。
春ちゃんは安永のことを好いてくれてたのでしょ？
お兄ちゃんとしてね。香織さんが亡きにするって決めたならわがままは言わないよ。
いい子ね。ごめんなさいね。
Everyone in Yasumizu was a good person. I wasn't. And to me, they seemed completely insane. Mamiya-san had probably felt similarly last time. That was why she died like that. And I had no intention to follow her footsteps. I decided that I would survive, and if that required me to become the best wolf, so be it. The three of us went through the mist. The wolves parted the gray, cloudy air. It felt like I was in a plane that had flown into a cloud at night. We were careful, spreading water to keep the beasts at bay, trying not to trip or fall into the fields. Haru-chan and Kaori-san were probably just being considerate of me, though. Without me, they might have gone ahead quickly and without hesitation. Not just because they were familiar with the land, but also because they seemed just about dangerous enough. They seemed like, if they decided on it, they could march straight to their grave. We were heading to the dorm. The disgusting deal with Kaori-san left us with few options to choose from, though getting rid of Yasunaga-kun wasn't a bad choice. He was extremely supportive of Hashimoto-san, so without him, the cameraman would lose some of his influence. And by shutting Hashimoto-san up, we would damage Mamiya-san too. I already knew Takumi-san and Kanzo-san's weaknesses. I had to worry about Shiemi's hidden true nature. As for Rikako-san, honestly, I felt that if I did the same things as last time, she would side with me again. The rest weren't very influential, though. I just had to be careful that they didn't go hysterical or on a rampage. My biggest concern right now is Mochi. It seemed entirely likely that he would know who the wolves were on gut instinct alone. Wouldn't he do something weird if he found out Haru-chan was a wolf? Though right now I was merely considering the kind of people they were, not the guardians they might have had. I could only hope that they'd went to Mako or the old wolf guy. That'd make them harder to control. Something about Takumi-san was bugging me too.
俺はまだ死ねない。
あ、待って。一応注意。カゴを持っている人は注意した方がいい。
I can't die yet. He was attached to Yasumizu because of Tai-san and Kaori-san, and he had a sense of responsibility as the local young leader. When you considered that, him saying that he couldn't die right now didn't really make much sense. That meant that he had a guardian. Yasunaga-kun had realized it too, so he jumped into the conversation just like he had done for me last time. On the first loop, Takumi-san had revealed that he was a snake on the very first day. What if that was about to happen again? Mochi was a monkey back then, and he was one now too. Though everything else was different. Back then the other monkey had been Mako. However, if there were some sort of rules for deciding who got guardians, it wasn't unlikely that they would get the same ones. If he were the snake, I'd kill him and pass myself off as his guardian. We would gain a huge advantage. It was worth considering, at least.
着きましたよ、夫妻子さん。
As I thought to myself, we arrived in front of the dorm. I could see the misty moonlight accentuating the building's outline. For whatever reason, I already smelled blood. It reminded me of Haru-chan and Kaori-san's brutalized bodies. That sure was terrible. Those murders ridiculed and laughed at humanity to the fullest extent. I wanted to have my boundaries when it came to that, at least. That sentiment came to mind and faded as soon as Kaori-san said that. She was pointing at the stairs to the dorm. There was blood all over the rusty metal stairs. Why? Why was this here? Whose blood was this? Did someone forget to shelter? Where was their corpse then? Visibility was as poor as ever, but I looked around for something humanoid on the ground. A few seconds later, I finally noticed that someone was standing just a few meters ahead. I gasped, and the other wolves only noticed it a few seconds later. I quickly realized that the person there was Chiemi Serizawa. She had something in hand. It was a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun. When you considered her madness, it made sense. She could totally underestimate the corruption and put herself on the line to kill all the wolves by herself. It was also worth mentioning that she had a gun, a rarity here in Japan. She stood a way better chance than Yoshitsugu Oribe, whose courage only got him torn to pieces. We were only human, and that gun could instantly kill us. I hadn't predicted this. I was off guard. Right as Haru-chan and Kaori-san squealed, she raised her arm. Honestly, I was impressed. She managed to stay unpredictable every single loop. I wouldn't have stood a chance against her if I didn't have my looping. She was a joker compared to me. A bloody, merciless joker. Alright, I had clearly lost this time. I had to do better next time. At that moment, her lips moved. A flash. What I saw wasn't the Reaper, but a smile lost to a crimson explosion. At that moment, I wasn't able to do anything but stand in place, completely frozen. The two behind me shrieked and clutched my shoulders, but I ignored them. Chiemi had just committed suicide. With a mischievous smile, she'd put the sawed-off shotgun in her mouth and blown her head off from the jaw up. It was insanity. This time, she'd gone way beyond whatever I could imagine. What was this? What was this feeling of loss? Was I feeling it because I wouldn't see her ever again? This loop? Was it the despair at the fact that a part of my brain was actually thinking, crap, we wasted one night's worth of murders? Or
Haruaki-san.
was it the fact that I would never be able to ask her what she'd said?
どういうことなの？ねえ、夫妻さん、知恵姉が。
もう今日は殺せない。一夜に一人の起きてもう殺せない。きっと彼女はカゴ者じゃない。
Being Chiemi is suffering. Good fucking grief.
自ら犠牲を買って出ることで今日人の側の有用な人物が殺されることを防いだ。おそらく彼女はただの人。おそらく自分にできる最大の貢献がこれだと判断して。
You know what's even scarier? We're all dressed up and shit in those fucking costumes, and she knew that was Haruaki. She said, Haruaki-san, don't ever become. Don't become! Don't play Cyberpunk!
じゃあ、今日は
安永くんは殺せません。
そんな。
Damn it. Of all the... This route fucking sucks the most for Chiemi. You know what? Yeah. God, I can't believe they got rid of... Am I just not allowed to save this girl? Fucking hell.
香織さん、2人以上の血を流せば、あなたの望みも叶えられなくなる。
してやられましたね。乾杯です。
Or did she really? I felt like I still couldn't match her in cunning, no matter how hard I tried. I stayed still for a decent bit, just looking at her immobile remains within the mist.
それでは、手はず通りに。
はい。みちみち気をつけて。おやすみなさい。
We couldn't just stand here, so for now we returned to the dining hall and talked. My body was completely wet, but since I'd worn the costume for so long, I actually began sweating, so taking off the mask was way too refreshing. Then when it was time to return, Haru-chan and I once again put on the mask and left the dining hall fully equipped. There was almost no water in the bucket by this point. But honestly, since our costumes were so wet, it wasn't likely that the bringers of corruption would attack us.
ここまででいい。そこの坂から登ったら工事現場だから。
Haru-chan said that right in front of the dorm. Her tone was as uncaring as always, but her words seemed to express some consideration.
大丈夫かい？あそこには。
知恵姉の死体。
ああ。君は苦手じゃないのか？
苦手だけど。というか、得意だったらやばいし。でも、夜だし。
So, what? I didn't get her reasoning. Though I could kind of relate to her.
じゃあ、手はず通りにね。
わかった。
ちょっとは頼りになりそうかい？
まあ、うん、そうかも。
Was that enough to ensure that all went fine from tomorrow onwards? I was worried, but I had no choice but to keep on going.
じゃあ
I turned around.
あ、
A voice from behind stopped me. I turned back at her. She was standing there, still clad in her smallish wolf outfit. Like before, I couldn't see her face, but I felt that something was off. At the core of it was the fact that she was laughing. Was this the...
なんともなんともなんとも傑作。先ほどの茶番、吹き出さぬよう必死でしたぞ。そして、心内明神が弱まっておるとは、なんと痛快、なんと面白い。神をも恐れぬとは、このことよな。
お前は
なんじゃ、得意の力とやらでカンパなさればよろしかろう。方便であっても貫き通せば誠になるやもしれませぬぞ。
ん？
お前ハルちゃんなのか、それともなんだ狼付きなのか。
おやおやおやおやおや、貴様もつまらぬことを言いなさる。心内明神のやつはあの通り赤い霧の中に見られたであろう。
あんなものはまやかしだ。
まやかしであろうが目に見える。貴様は何を見てこられたのか。この山境に息吹世紀をこれほど受けて、町のお方はなお理解が及ばれぬか。神というものに。
God?
何度落ちて何度地獄を見れば真実にたどり着けることかの。
教えてくれ。
Throwing away my shame and honor, I grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her.
あんたは何者なんだ。僕は一体どうなってる。この現象の本質は一体何なんだ。
殿方にすがられるのは悪い気もせぬが、この娘に嫌われますぞ。
ハルちゃんとは違うのか。
問われるばかりも退屈なれば、神は御柱おる。
知ってる。狼様は親子3人だって話だろう。
分かっておられるな。心内明神など親子まとめて杵でついてこね回して作った。この山境にはあと2柱。まあ1柱は取るに足らぬ死に体の神であるが、残る1柱が貴様の敵じゃ。
With that, she shoved my hands away.
暗く長き山のよとぎに良きお方が来られたものよの。明晩またまみえようぞ、町のお方。
The girl dashed away and disappeared into the dark mist. I didn't hear a single sound after that. I woke up feeling an overwhelming exhaustion. Whatever's possessing Haru is that weird talisman bandaged god thing. It was 5 in the morning, a time when Kanzo-san was already active. I wanted to sleep some more, but I couldn't let them suspect that I was a wolf based on the idea that I didn't get enough rest. After returning here last night, I changed my clothes, wiped my body, and wondered how I was supposed to hide the costume parts. In the end, I hid it under some newspaper, which was very cartoonish. If the humans found it just like that, I'd feel like the butt of some bizarre joke. A part of me did hope that it would be gone by the time I woke up, though. I'd gone to sleep at 2 in the morning, and sure enough, the costume was gone by the time I woke up. Well, of course it would be. If the costumes remained, you could easily find the wolves just by checking everyone's homes during the day. Last time, when I'd infiltrated Chiemi's room to mess with her guns, I hadn't seen anything like this. Also, if the humans found out that there was something so artificial involved in the whole wolfing business, the Yomibito's side of the story, that the monsters had transformed into humans, would have been rendered unbelievable. No matter how much the locals revered Yasumizu's legends, I felt that the feast wouldn't get anywhere without the fear caused by the idea that they were dealing with something supernatural. Was the thing I had seen the first time actually Yasunaga-kun or Tai-san wearing the wolf outfit? No, it tore you apart. That didn't seem far off the mark. The mist and the darkness made the costumes look extremely convincing. Maybe that was Great Lord Shinai himself as he appeared in the red mist that one time. According to Haru-chan, that was a god, but... Forget that. What was Haru-chan herself? How did she know about my looping? It actually seemed that she knew about its cause. Possessed by the wolf, by the Okami, by the great god. There were 3 gods, and that had nothing to do with the Okami-sama being the group of 3. Was Great Lord Shinai a tripartite god? And one of the other 2 was my enemy? What the hell was that supposed to mean? She had given me a lot of information, but it was all vague and uncertain. Were there mysteries and legends I still didn't know about? That'd make most of my current investigation completely off the mark. Was I missing or misinterpreting something crucial about the info I already had? God. God. This made me want to rely on Mamiya-san, Tai-san, or Rikako-san's knowledge. But this time I was their enemy and had to kill them all. Though this time Mamiya-san was in a decent state, so I would ask her before I got rid of Hashimoto-san. She wouldn't know the true motives behind that. Why was Chiemi's face flashing through my mind every now and then? I went outside, intentionally avoided looking at the dorm, and headed to the plaza. Kanzo-san and Takumi-san were already there, and they told me about Chiemi's death. No one was missing. Then, all that blood was... well, it didn't matter. As we waited in the plaza, we were eventually joined by Kaori-san. She seemed a lot better than yesterday. Had her mind stabilized a bit once she'd started looking at her killing her sons in a positive manner?
食事の準備をしていましょうか。
ええ。
Yesterday we'd agreed on 5 things. We would focus on information control and gathering, as in we would avoid having secret talks and instead try to listen in on any that the humans had. We would avoid talking about things we weren't supposed to, like the cause of Chiemi's death. Haru-chan would contribute to the feast once, then continue being as anti-elder and anti-outsider as possible. Kaori-san would declare that she would follow Yasunaga-kun's vote and do it even if he was voting for a wolf. And finally, we would fake our guardians. However, I would be the first to act, and only from the 3rd day onwards. The plan was focused mostly on keeping them from looking suspicious or doing something they didn't have to. I was apprehensive about trying to get them to go wild like Chiemi did and have them kill more humans. After all, I didn't have the trust or charisma for that. Of course, my final goal was my own survival, not theirs. There would probably be situations in which I had to use them as human shields, or just situations where it was an option. But... I didn't want to become just a murderer. A situation where I, not Haru-chan or Kaori-san, was the one suspected, was the best way to lead us to victory. Also, as an outsider, I had to gain their trust and make them certain I wouldn't betray them at this feast. And on top of all that, I would survive. There'd been many unexplained deaths during his turn, but there was no denial that he'd survived as a wolf. I'd thought about those deaths, especially Yoshitsugu-kun's and Mochi's, many times so far, but I couldn't really believe that Yasunaga-kun was the one who organized them. He didn't get rid of his allies, and he stood up against Tai-san, even if not as blatantly as she had when she was human. Personally, I thought that was the right way to handle it. I had to prepare for anything while trying to make sure that all wolves survived. Anyway, I was silently preparing the food. By the time it was 7, everyone besides Chiemi had gathered in the dining hall. Yasunaga-kun's face was pale. Apparently she'd committed suicide right in front of his room. Seeing that right after waking up certainly wasn't my idea of a good time. Especially when it was the girl you liked and respected. Mochi didn't seem too fazed by her death. He was too busy helping Yasunaga-kun cope with it. As for Haru-chan...
兄ちゃん、無理しないで。この椅子座って。座布団は毛布とかいる？
いや、いいよ。
もっち、元気の出る薬草とかないかな？
おー。昼でも探すかな？
昼？嫌よ、そんな気持ち悪い。
She was overdoing it. Wouldn't she appear unnatural? Wasn't she supposed to act even more shocked than Yasunaga-kun? Feeling uncomfortable about this, I continued preparing the food when Takumi-san spoke up.
もうみんな知ってるだろうが、昨日死人が出た。寄生してたちえみが死んだ。
There was some silent noise. Kaori-san muttered Chiemi's name while I created a gloomy expression.
そうか。俺はどうも奇妙だと思ってる。
あんな殺し方、人にできますかね？
Dumbass.
どうかされたんです堀部さん。
いえ、この辺で人を襲うのはイノシシかツキノワグマだけですけど、まさかそんなのまで。
いや、そういうんじゃねえ。おやっさん、何か心当たりあるか？
ねえ。
That was the end of the exchange. Had she masked her blunder well? Making the wolves say things that only they could know was a good way for the humans to find them out. Mochi had fallen for it last time, and there was no guarantee I wouldn't slip up while I talked. Oh my god. The button stuck. That's unfortunate. I had to make sure I didn't fall into the same situation as she did. But beasts? Badgers? Was her body attacked by the bringers of corruption afterwards?
一応、写真は撮ったのですけどね。
繰り返すが、外に出るとき消せよ、おっさん。
ええ、それが必要なら。とりあえず必要があればどうぞ。ただ、繊細な方はおすすめしませんよ。
絶対やめた方がいいです。
You could tell by her expression that she'd seen it. She looked like she wouldn't touch food the whole day. Whether we looked or not didn't affect our chances of being found out, so I just raised my hand. He and I were the only ones who looked at it. The others surely believed looking at it would do no good. I took a look at the back monitor of Hashimoto-san's camera, an expensive digital eye model from just last year. Yeah, it was completely different from what I'd seen. It was actually pretty close to the results of the corruption I'd seen in the previous feasts. It was a mountain of chewed and torn up meat and bones. It made me nauseous, or at least, I acted like it did. I was used to it at this point.
ひどいな。
こりゃ狼じゃないの。
He'd actually said something other than the wolf is coming and even asked something. In response, Kanzo-san just grunted, clearly displeased. He wanted to use this as evidence to hang the wolves in the feast, but there were some problems. One of them was that Chiemi seemed to have died of the corruption. It didn't make sense.
じいちゃんは汚れを受けてしもうた。
はい。これは物意味の金を破られたのでしょ
う。でも知恵姉がそれを知らないわけないでしょ。知恵姉もお話は怖がってたんだから。
はい。 どうして？
僕に用があったのかな。だから僕の部屋の前に。
思い当たる件は？
何も。なんなら避けられてると思ってたし。
What? Was the idea that she committed suicide about to be glossed over? Was it because they didn't find the gun? That would be... Lying right now would be
とに
dangerous.
かく予想もしてねえことだ。飯食ったら片付けて、その後どうするか相談しねえと。
待ってください。私専門家じゃありませんけど、現場保存ってものがあるんじゃ。
片付けないと不都合があるのですか？
俺らの感覚じゃな。犯人探しより今そこに転がってる死体を片付ける方がずっと大事なんだよ。
なるほど。
橋本さん。
言う通りにしよう。ああ、室さんと牧島さんがその片付けをなさるんですか？
ん？ああ。
じゃあ僕と Q ちゃんで食堂周辺を見回っていましょう。皆さんは食堂からあまり遠くに出ないようにする。その方がよくありませんか？
おやっさん、どう思う？
でちえの猿だったな、お前。
ええ。
見回りは任せる。何でもいいから獲物持ってけ。
なるほど。わかりました。
Hashimoto-san pointed out the necessity for patrols, came out as a reliable volunteer, and became even more trustworthy. On the other hand, he was giving himself a way to talk to Mamiya-san in secret. Was it his way of separating her, whose identity wasn't confirmed yet, from the rest of the group? I had to calm down. The first part of his move was obviously great, but I wasn't sure about the second one. Hashimoto-san was an active player, but I couldn't tell which of his actions were intentional and which were coincidence.
というわけで、食べられる人は朝ごはんを食べた方がいいでしょうね。僕はいただきたいな。いいですか？
はい、もちろん。匠さんも大丈夫ですか？
おう。香織さん、もちろんいただくよ。
本当に食べて大丈夫なのかね？
He had to say that now, of all times?
ああ？てめえ何が言いて？
私も別に不要な気遣いをしたくてしているわけではないがね。実際に人が死んだ。迷信に従って。そんな状況だからこそ、迷信ではなく、適切な疑念を持つべきだ。違うかね？
何言ってんだてめえ、あ？まさかババアを疑ってんじゃねえだろうな。
まあ。
Unlike how he was so far, Kiyonosuke-shi spoke those words without any sarcasm. Had he read the mood and chosen to become the resentable but not wrong kind of character? No, he wasn't that considerate.
義継やめろ。野里さんは今回正しい。
へばってんなら兄貴は黙ってろや。
母さん、味見はしたよね。
Something wasn't right here. Why was everyone so sharp so early in the game?
ええ、もちろん。
Good. Kaori-san understood what they meant.
でも、もう一度いただいた方が良さそうね。
Nice. Good job.
いえ、僕がいただきます。
This was my time. Everyone wanted to suspect me over everyone else, so I had to eat before they did. That was the only way to make them understand that I, didn't add any poison to the food. Unfortunately for them, we weren't pulling out anything like that this time. I tasted the food, then gave everyone a show of me rewashing the dishes, making them finally agree that the food was safe. We then had breakfast. Mamiya-san and Yasunaga-kun refused, while Haru-chan ate quite a lot actually, and then Takumi-san and Kanzo-san left the dining hall.
それじゃあ、僕はこの周りをぐるぐる回って警戒しておきますね。危険な獣がいるかもしれないから、ここを離れない方がいいけど、 閉じこもってばかりも体に毒だ。声の届く範囲で自由時間にしましょ
私も行くんですよね。
う。他に誰か行くかい？うん。じゃあ、僕らだけで行こ
う。I didn't understand what his final words meant. What if accepting the offer was the right choice?
片付けましょうか。
ええ。
This was my job, so it was the right thing for me to do. Right? By the time we finished cleaning up, only 5 people were left in the dining hall.
ナムシない大権現。ナムシない大権現。
メイコ、髪が跳ねています。おいで。
いや、いらない。
うっせえ。
Tai-san was in her praying mode. Rikako-san was busy caring for Meiko, who seemed in a foul mood. Kyonosuke-san seemed to want to call out to her, while Yoshitsugu-kun just seemed pissed. The journos were outside, while Takumi-san, who'd returned for a moment, had gone out once again.
おやっさん、外の方を見て回るってよ。宴は昼過ぎにしようってことだが、なんかあるか？
Just like yesterday, no one argued. People needed reasons to not follow on an already established process. Yasunaga-kun was the one who'd pointed that out, and
分かったよ、匠に。
he looked really drained.
ちっと話すか、ヤス。
え？
春、近持ち、ちょっとヤス借りるぞ。久石、香織さん、ちょっと俺ん家まで戻ってくる。
あ、了解です。
すみません、お気遣いを。
そんなんじゃねえさ。大丈夫か？
うん、大丈夫。
バカ野郎！昨日ああやって覚悟決めたんじゃねえかよ、兄貴！
よし。誰にだって弱みってのがあんだ。お前だって母ちゃんがいなくなったら、いや、縁起でもねえ。忘れてくれ、香織さんも。
いいえ、私が言わなきゃならないことでした。
俺は覚悟してる。
Takumi-san and Yasunaga-kun left.
はるちゃん、その辺でなんか積もっか。
あ、うん。
霧が怖かったりしない？
うん。もう平気よ。
Haru-chan, acting as weird as always, left alongside Mochi. This situation was clearly set up by Hashimoto-san. Everyone split up, and we were free to have secret talks. What was the purpose of this? Was I just overthinking? Were they just taking the opportunity given to them with no ulterior motives whatsoever?
ひとまずこれでよし。久石さんも休んでらっしゃい。まだお昼までは時間あるし。
休んでか。じゃあ僕。
みんな出て行ってしもうて。黄泉の霧は汚れの元なのにね。
ええ。だからちょっとみんなが心配で見てきます。
Now, how would a good wolf spend this strange time? I couldn't think of anything. Was I a dumbass? Well, I did have some ideas, but they all seemed like bad moves. Traps, basically. Could I eavesdrop on someone's secret chats? It'd work when it was dark, but during the day you could see anyone within a whopping few meters. Could I just join one of their conversations? Wasn't it best to just avoid secret chats in the first place? Was it normal for wolves to be so paranoid? A part of me couldn't help but suspect that Mochi or Hashimoto-san was hiding in this mist. I couldn't see or hear anyone, so my brain perceived this world as empty. Before, the unease and loneliness took over. Such situations made you feel all-powerful. No one would blame me for anything I did. I could lay down in the road, go commando, shout that I was a wolf, but all of that was just an illusion. Was this also some sort of trap to get a wolf to do something stupid? Or was this some sort of filter that caught those so paranoid that they actually believe stuff like that? Ugh, crap. I just wanted to scream and turn around. I wanted to do something no one could predict. I looked up to the sky. And suddenly, the ground vanished beneath my feet. Basically, I had walked over a small cliff. Since I was unstable and fell feet first, I'd ended up hitting my legs, ass, and back, and head on the ground below. Even if there were no feast, someone could actually die in the mist by accident, and I now knew that better than ever. As I tried to get up, I felt an intense pain in my leg. This was so stupid. Also, the area below the plaza was clearly out of bounds, so I was breaking the rules here. Though this was an accident, I hadn't planned myself, so I probably wouldn't draw any more suspicion than I already had. As I stood up, I heard a voice behind my right side, and along with it something metallic. I instantly raised my hands, but the pain that came over me made me groan. I nearly fell to my knees out of pain, but I was afraid that he wouldn't tolerate any sudden movements, so I just slightly bent my body. Another metallic sound, followed by a few different ones. I had no idea what they meant, so I just became more tense. I slowly turned to the right. Kanzo-san now had his gun over his shoulder, not ready to fire. That let me finally relax, but my leg still hurt. I might have sprained it.
少し休めば。
左か。
どれ?
To my surprise, he rested the gun in a more comfortable position, then came up to me crouched and lent me his shoulder. He seemed much shorter than me, but that was probably an illusion caused by his posture. We were probably about equal in height. Also, his body was a whole lot more solid than mine. Every part touching me seemed to be covered in hard muscle. I wasn't too fond of the idea of being punched by this beast. Now that I thought about it, all the wolves so far were physical weaklings. They even needed guns to make it through a direct confrontation during the day.
すみません。迷惑を。
慣れてねえならおとなしくしとれ。
はい。
お前、狼は誰だと思う?
This wasn't like him either. He really didn't seem like the type of person to ask that kind of thing here of all places, and from the person he trusted least.
皆さんから見れば僕なんじゃないですか。こんな時に外から来て素性も知れなくて。
てめえがうさんくさいのと狼かどうかは関係ねえ。
A considerate response from him? Something wasn't right here. What was I to do here? Got it. Oh dear. 20, huh? The last key of the game.
あ、はるちゃん。
The moment I said that, he stopped walking. It made me put more weight over my left leg, making me groan in pain.
あるが、どうした?
His grip seemed to become unnaturally stronger.
いえ、昨日あれだけ霧に怯えてたのに、今日はらしくないとは思いましたけど。
しょうもない。
そうなんです。
女いうもんは 男とこのためならこだわりを捨てる。
For a moment that sounded like sexism, but then I realized it could be interpreted as criticism of men who often clung to their biases no matter what. That aside, analyzing his words made it clear that Haru's change was because of a man.
ああ、安永くんですか。はるちゃんは安永くんが好きなんでしょうか。
皆、そう言うとる。
Everyone, huh? That was the countryside for you. Love stories had nowhere to hide. Poor Haru-chan.
でも安永くんはちえみちゃんが死んでショックなようでした。
若いもんのすいたキロータは面倒なもんよ。いつの時代も変わらん。
He resumed walking. Basically, he was wary of any suspicion directed to his granddaughter because of some worthless, childish soap opera stuff. I could totally understand. The truth was that she was actually a wolf, and she was acting like that because she was overdoing the plan I'd set up, so the suspicions were completely right. In other words, those suspicions could fade even quicker if someone presented an even simpler story as an alternative.
実は僕もちえみちゃんのことが少し好きになり始めてたんです。霧が出る前ですけど、彼女に今お相手はいるのかって聞いたんですけど、どうやらいると。で、当然外の町の方にいるのかと聞いたら、そこは濁されて。ただ、どうやら相手に二股をかけられてるから別れようかなとか言ってまして。
What a sudden change.
本当か。
He gripped my arm really hard, and I, grimacing at the pain in my leg, looked straight into his wrinkly face.
聞いたかどうかなら本当です。ただ、彼女が本当のことを言っていたかは知りませんよ。それに、彼のこととはわかりません。違うかもだし。
After looking at nothing in particular, he turned away from me.
安永くんはいい子だと思いますよ。
He didn't give me any sort of response. All right, I'd just sown the seeds of malice. Once I returned to the dining hall, Tai-san took a look at my injury.
じゃから外に出ん方がええって言うたのに。
すみません。本当に危ないですね。もうずっとおとなしくしておきます。
それがええわよ。
Tai-san brought a hand towel from the counter and skillfully bandaged my leg. She even put some weird leaves on my skin. Apparently they help with sprains like this. She then took a wet towel and a plastic bag and applied it to the wound. It was a substitute for ice, and it worked better than you'd think. Despite this being a medicinal matter, Kiyonosuke-shi refused to get involved. Orthopedics weren't his specialty, apparently. The empty pride he displayed when saying that actually calmed me down. It was very like him.
お怪我は胸が痛みますが、大事がなくて何よりでした。
すみません。ご心配をおかけして。
ねえ、プサユキさん、骨折？
難しい言葉を知ってるね。でもこれは捻挫。
前座？
ねんざ。
でんら？
Was I that bad at talking?
痛いの？
うん。すごく痛いよ。
天罰ね。
Punishment? Did I hear that
プサ
right?
ユキさんに天罰、悪いことしたから。
濡れ衣だ。どうしたんです今日。
すみません。今日はどうしてかずっとこんな調子で。
She really did seem like she was in a bad mood. Had she seen something? I was worried for a moment, but Meiko didn't say anything more. She just continued being sulky. What was her deal? It would be genuinely horrifying if the child was a snake. Eventually, everyone returned, and this ended up being nothing major. My injury was actually the biggest event. Some were worried, some picked on me, some scolded me for not being careful. Their reactions were varied, but it didn't look like anyone suspected me because of it. Yasunaga-kun was in a better mood today. When Haru-chan and Mochi brought some foraged goods, he thanked them with a smile. There was debate about whether we'd actually eat the stuff. Tai-san said something about the corrupt mist. Kyonosuke-shi considered the possibility of there being poison plants, etc. We chopped it all up, put some sauce on it, and the volunteers, the children, Hashimoto-san, and the industrious food critic Mamiya-san ate up. Nothing happened, of course. Because of my injury, no one wanted to go outside anymore. An hour after lunch, Kanzo-san said it was time, and we began the feast. Half grinning in response, I drank more of the divine sake than usual. As far as I knew, though, alcohol wasn't good for you when you were injured. Thus, the feast started.
やっぱりまず知恵みについて考えたい。なんであんなことになった？安永、考えはあるか？
Takumi-san started out by giving the lead to Yasunaga-kun, who readily accepted it. They'd probably decided on this during their secret talk. He gave several ideas. Chiemi could have accidentally wandered outside on some errand. She also could have not returned home for some reason. And lastly, Chiemi could have been killed by wolves who wanted to make it look like the corruption did it. That was when Takumi-san mentioned that you couldn't stay awake even if you wanted to, and Yoshitsugu-kun vouched for that. With that, everyone agreed that it was unlikely that she'd accidentally gone outside. Their talk was similar to the one we'd had when talking about Mamiya-san's death last time. However, unlike this time, it had been a given that Mamiya-san had returned to her room once, so we'd reached the conclusion that she, a person who didn't end up sleeping, was a wolf. The idea that Chiemi didn't return back home to begin with had me forming a certain theory. According to Chiemi from the first loop, you could be outside until 8 in the evening. Yesterday I woke up at about 10 p.m., meaning that anyone in their rooms between 8 to 10 would go to sleep, or rather, be forced into sleep. That was when the wolves would be woken up, get out in the wolf outfit that they were given during the night, and do their deeds. From what I could tell, the humans would stay asleep. That was why they were always killed without putting up a fight. After that, the wolves would return to their homes and be forced to sleep again. Then the wolf outfit would be picked up and they would wake up the following morning. The Feast of the Yomi Perch wouldn't work without the sleep function. However, I knew for a fact that people could die just by being outside their rooms. The first time it had happened to Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san, who'd wanted to spend the night in their van while Yoshitsugu-kun was torn apart because of his own recklessness. Last time, if you excluded Mamiya-san, a wolf, Yoshitsugu-kun suggested going outside right after everyone went to bed. The first time he'd probably gone outside long before everyone else was forced to sleep. Basically, if you were in a room at a certain time, you'd be forced to go to sleep. That was probably the true meaning behind the shelter taboo. It was just a prerequisite for the main factor in controlling the feast, dreaming, or in other words, sleeping. That was why those who didn't shelter would be eliminated by the bringers of corruption. Looking at it that way, I felt I could see the cunning, logical truth behind Great Lord Shinai. Anyway, the main matter right now is Chiemi. I had no idea how she could survive outside until she committed suicide, but I would just assume she did. I also didn't know if she was waiting for the wolves or just happened to encounter us when we went to the dorm. However, it was clear that she'd been outside the whole time. Yatsunaga-kun also believed that and said so to everyone. His own idea was that it was actually a murder made to look like a rule violation was dismissed because Chiemi's futon wasn't even spread out in her room. That meant that she hadn't even intended to dream last night.
つまりやっすんは理由はよくわかんないけど、知恵姉が死んだのは事故みたいなもんで、狼は誰も殺してないってことを言いたいのかな？
ああ。
After Yasunaga-kun explained his position, Mochi interjected. He was a passive participant, but really good at it. Most of his few words were on the mark. He was also the monkey, so no one had to worry about him trying to mislead people.
つまり、狼はやっぱり殺すのをためらったってわけか。
僕はそう思う。
That misinterpretation was actually good for us. Though we didn't plan for it, we got rid of a human and there wouldn't be a hanging today as retaliation. At least, a part of me hoped so.
わしにはそうは思えん。
Kanzo-san argued against it, of course.
どうしてです？
狼にとって都合が良すぎる。
Sharp.
その危惧はわかりますが、そういうためには知恵姉がどうしてあなったかわからないと。
逆じゃ。お前が言え、ヤス。
え？
夜に人が死んどる。普通は狼の仕業じゃ。そうでないならはっきりと示さんか。
でもあれは汚れだとタイバーや狼じじいも言ってたじゃないですか。
あたしはそう思ったがね。ね。
狼が来る。こんなもんで確証になるか。
じゃあ知恵姉が布団を敷いてなかったのは
大したことじゃねえ。
大したことですよ。
てめえ、ヤス、ちょっと黙れ。
Kanzo-san's words were full of irritation, if not anger. It brought a change to everyone's expressions. I was the only one who could see this rationally. After all, I was the one who caused this. I presented him with an unproven personal matter between me and a deceased girl, maliciously giving him several ways to view it. One of them led to the conclusion that Yasunaga-kun was a dirty cheater who played both Chiemi and Haru-chan. I'd led Kanzo-san to that convenient idea without putting myself at any risk. I wasn't expecting us to avoid today's lynching to begin with. Thus, I would instead gain their trust by just leading them to the truth.
もう一つ可能性があります。ちえみちゃんが自殺をした可能性です。
The idea shocked everyone, but it was actually easy to explain. It was true after all. Someone who'd commit suicide wouldn't prepare their futon, and since the suicide was enough bloodshed for the night, the wolves didn't kill anyone else. It was an answer that let people combine the idea that the wolves didn't kill, but planned to.
ならどうして遺体があんなにひどいことになっていたんですか？あんな自殺方法があるとでも？
自殺死体を狼が見つけた後、特に何もせずに放置した。それを山の獣が荒らしたとすればどうかな。
そんなもんこの辺りの山にいるか、おやっさん。
He wanted to prove that the wolves were out for blood, but his knowledge as a hunter denied the possibility of there being such beasts here. So I helped him out.
こんなことを考えたくはないんですが、化け物、ええ、あるいは神とかそういう存在かもしれません。考えてもみてください。汚れを与える存在は実在するんです。初日に犬がいっぱい殺されていた。あれをやる存在が夜そこら中をうろついてるとすれば、死体を見つけて同じように破壊する可能性はある。それは読み人とかムジナとか本物のよもつ狼とかそういうものかもしれません。
汚れをもたらすのは確かにそういうものかもしれません。
恐ろしい。
久石さん、いたずらに不安を煽らないでくださいよ。
いや、そのつもりはないんだ。ただ何か未知の脅威があるのは確かで、化け物じゃなくても注意すべきだし、死体が損壊した理由にだってなり得る。それは注意すべきじゃないか。
それはそうですが。
待てって、仮にちえみが自殺だったとして、それで狼が殺す気だったかってのもわからねえだろ。それにちえみは自殺するような玉じゃねえと俺は思うぜ。
そうだ、知恵姉は自殺なんてしませんよ。
まあまあ、皆さん落ち着いてください。
If he joined it, how would he handle this?
僕の意見を言ってもいいでしょうか。
どうぞ。
もちろんだ。
僕こんな図体ですが、一時は 戦地でカメラマンやってましてね。いくらか悲惨な現場も見たんですが。
マジかよ。
うん。で、専門家じゃないから何とも言えないんですが、彼女の遺体、頭部だけ妙に散乱してて、壁の上の方まで飛び散ってるみたいなんですよ。その写真も撮ってあります。銃創っぽく見えるんですよね。大口径の銃のチキン弾。
Sharp. A few people looked at Kanzo-san. It was a fitting reaction considering he had a gun, and he grunted in response.
ああ、いえ。牧島さんがどうってことじゃないと思いますよ。
どういうこと？
上に吹き飛ぶ状況ってやっぱり口にくわえて撃ったのかなって。大きな銃ならだいぶやりにくいと思いますが、誰かが殺すなら水平か、あるいは上から下に撃つ方がありそうですから。となるとやはり久石君が言うように自殺なんじゃないかと。
いや、
聞いちゃいねえ
が。わしも聞いてはいねえが、資料の免状は取ったと言うとった。
マジか。それじゃあ散弾銃なら持てたはずだな。
地位は筋が良かった。量やらすなら地位だと思っとった。
Kanzo-san's tone grew lower as he displayed an unexpectedly high opinion of her. The story that she was being cheated on must have hit even harder than I thought. Chiemi really did have a place here. She must have gotten a license because she thought so herself. That could only mean that the gloomy talk from last time
だってここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
was just nonsense from a wolf.
いや待て、おかしい。それならなぜ銃が残ってねえんだ。ちえみの部屋にも銃弾なんてなかったぞ。
I was curious about why there was no gun too, but there were no bullets either, or shells. They were with the rest of her stuff last time. Did they mess up while searching or something?
部屋には鍵はかかってなかったから誰でも入れたわけですよね。
そりゃそうだが、
一番危惧すべきは狼が銃と弾丸を持ち帰ったということだと思うんです。
That was when Mamiya-san took over.
実在が不確かな銃を必要以上に恐れるのもどうかとは思うんですが、それでもこの後各自の部屋をざっとでも見て回る必要があると。
それで見つかるように隠すかは怪しいけど、どう思います？
探す姿勢を見せることが大事です。
やろ
う。構わね
え。待ちたまえ。うちをそんな理由で荒らされるのは少々困る。古い猟銃が出てきてもおかしくないし。
後ろ暗いところがあるんですか？
でもまあ確かにおっちゃんは銃とか持って帰らなさそう。そもそも持ってそうだし、ヘタレだし。
しかも貴様は。しかし、ああそうだ。正直死体からそんなものをもぎ取るなど考えただけで吐き気を催すね。
はっ、臆病長者が死体が怖えんだろ。それで医者もできねえって聞いたぜ。
違う、私は。
黙りなさい、義継。野里さん、どうかご無礼をお許しください。
So he really was afraid of corpses. Man, the guy sure was hard to make use of. Still, there was no reason for us to be afraid here. After all, we weren't the ones who took the gun. I can only assume it was Great Lord Shinai again. Thanks to Hashimoto-san, just about everyone now agreed that Chiemi had killed herself with a gun. Proof was a very important thing. The people of Yasumizu really had to realize that by cleaning up the corpses right away. They made it harder to find out the truth. Even Yasunaga-kun accepted that Chiemi had committed suicide. He was now muttering something like, Chiemi, why? Kanzo-san looked at him with extremely intense eyes. If you connected the story from before with the suicide, you could assume that it was the result of the love triangle drama. After all, she'd committed suicide in front of Yatsunaga-kun's room. With that settled, Takumi-san spoke up again.
で、結局、今日はどうするんだ？くくるのか、くくらねえのか。
After a moment of
狼
silence,
が殺したんじゃない。だから約束通り処刑はしないべきだ。
死人が出たらくくるのが約束じゃ。
狼が殺したんじゃない。
よろしいですか？
なんだ、植松。
私には芹沢様が雲の精神を発揮されたのではないかと。
あ？なんだそりゃ。
汚れをその身に引き取る雲の精神によって他の聡明で勇敢な芹沢様ならばそのような行動に出られるのではないか。
詳しく教えてください。
つまり昨晩自ら進んで血を流し他の加護者の皆様を守られたということならば、もちろん芹沢様は狼の来訪を目の当たりにして
ちいちゃん、あの子は乱暴じゃったが確かにそういうまっすぐな優しい子でもあったんよ。
そういうんじゃねえ。知恵ねえは本物の肝っ玉を持ってただけだ。
じゃあやっぱり狼は殺す気で近づいてたってことなの？考えすぎじゃない？
ただな、確かに知恵姉が自殺する理由なんて他に考えられないんだよね。
悩みがありゃその相手を撃つ方が知恵ねえらしいってんだよ、あるね。
そしていつも学校で僕らを体を張って守ってくれたのも知恵ねえだ。
知恵ねえ。
どうするんです？処刑をする方向に話が進んでますよ。
最低限するかどうか票を取ってもらいたいな。
橋本、
僕も君も生き残らないとならない。
でも
もしそういう理由ならきっと芹沢さんは加護者じゃなかったろう。蛇の加護者は生きてて情報をつかんだことになる。加えて皆さんが狼の打倒のために覚悟と団結をできるなら昨日とはだいぶ状況が違うことになる。まあ僕も両親に従って殺人はしない方に一票入れるけどね。
よし、今日くくるものを投票で選ぶことに賛成の者は挙手しろ。
The old wolf guy, Yamawaki-san, Kanzo-san, Yunosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Rikako-san, Mochi, Yoshitsugu-kun, and I all raised our hands. The only ones who didn't were Kaori-san, Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, Meiko, and the Chernas.
モッチ
ごめんやっすん。でもなんか知恵姉が敵撃てって言ってる気がしてさ。
そうなのかな。本当にそうなら夢ででも出てきてくれればいいのに。
そうだね。
9対6じゃ。ククルモン選べ。
仕方ないな。あ、その場合、一人選んだらそのまま処刑をしてすぐに解散なんですか？
どうなんだおやっさん。
くくったら宴はしまいよ。
じゃあその前に大事なことを聞いておきたいんですが、もし蛇が今日狼を見つけてるなら
そうですね。誰をくくるか選べるし、その後雲に守ってもらうこともできる。
複数出てきたら嫌ですね。
出てくるよ複数。昨日織部安永君が指摘した通り、一人目が名乗り出ればね。
The real one came out now. I would have to play the fake. But the real one wouldn't come out just yet.
狼を見つけた蛇はいないか？いねえみてえだぜ。
じゃあ昨日調べたのは人だったってわけだ。
ふむふむ。ちなみに今日の夜優先的に調べられたいって人はいます？
For a moment, I almost ignored that nonchalant question, but a second later, I almost stopped breathing. This was an attack. I had no idea why I thought that, but this was a deadly attack. What was I supposed to do about it? What was the right choice? Raising your hand is most likely the wrong choice. So we're gonna go with that, because we make the wrong choices before the right ones to get 100%. As a wolf, I didn't want to be investigated before anyone else. Even so, I raised my hand. Not raising it might be seen as asking that I not be investigated. A total of 6 people raised their hands. Hanzo-san, Yonosuke-shi, Yasunaga-kun, Mamiya-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, and me. Upon seeing who raised their hands, I instantly understood the nature of the trap. Those who wanted to have a voice in the feast simply had to raise their hands here. Being a proven human was necessary if you wanted to have influence and a voice here. The feast was a game of politics disguised as a game of logic. Since the murderers couldn't scientifically be investigated, you had to present possible suspects purely on circumstantial evidence. However, whether the others believed that or not was up to them to decide. And since circumstantial evidence, no matter how much of it, remained circumstantial, it was entirely possible to make a fool of yourself by treating it like direct proof. There was also the fear of death as well as religious faith. Not many people were capable of deciding everything for themselves in this situation. Those who didn't have confidence in their own decisions left the choice to others, specifically the popular, capable leaders. They were the ones who didn't raise their hands. And they were too slow to realize how to react to this because they needed explanations and guidance from their leaders. Those who wanted to be leaders, on the other hand, were constantly waiting for opportunities to consolidate power by proving themselves right.
待ってくれ。どういう意味だ？
例えばムロさん、この場全員であなたを調べることにする。明日同じように狼が出たら名乗り出るように言う。名乗り出がなければ あなたは安全。以後下手に疑われずに済む。
ああ、なるほど。
今日も誰かが人だと分かったはずですが、名乗り出ない限り行かせませんもんね。
僕もそれは賛成です。
それなら私も調べていただきたいです。
私も調べてもらってええかね。
私も調べてください。
私も。
Everyone else now raised their hands like the followers they were. Besides the monkeys, the ones who weren't raising their hands either didn't understand the situation at all, or missed the time to hide their hope that they wouldn't be investigated. But we didn't have any of those. Both Haru-chan and Kaori-san knew what they had to do. However, my only option in the situation was to raise my hand at the first opportunity. I'd already done something to assert my wish to take a political lead. Besides that, I was a newbie who no one trusted, so I was a likely lynch target. Everyone probably assumed that I knew my situation. That was why I put myself ahead before anyone else. Otherwise, it would have seemed extremely likely that I was a wolf. Hashimoto-san slowly looked at everyone. He stopped the moment his gaze was directed at me. He wasn't stern or cold. It was as calm and gentle as always. But I couldn't help sensing a powerful will behind it. The will of a cameraman, an observer, who wanted to know the true nature of his subject. This wasn't a battlefield, the wilderness, or some restaurant selling unusual cuisine, but he was, as always, remaining an observer. He stayed at an appropriate distance, blending in with the environment, and focused solely on observation. And if he noticed something crucial, he would simply call it out. It wouldn't be that his words would prompt some other event. His attack would be over the moment he spoke. This was just how precise his observations were. Was I being paranoid? No. He was the real deal. A true threat to me. He tested me just now. Suspected me. In that case, what came next would be...
ああ、すみません。下ろしてください。そりゃあそうだ。後ろ暗いところがないなら調べてもらって安全になりたい。そう思うのは
I want more
当然で
the
した。
actual thing. So I guess like... Yeah, it's decent.
Demo, じゃあ誰を調べるんです？
僕個人としては Q ちゃんを調べてもらえたら安心なんですけどね。ただそれは僕個人の気持ちであって、不妻子くんはどうかな。彼はかなり頭が切れるようだし、人の証明があればやりやすいだろう。
I actually had to avoid being investigated by the snake.
なるほど。ということは、今日は不妻子さんは処刑の対象から外すと。
そうなるね。
If I wasn't a wolf, this would be nothing but a kindness from a fellow outsider. I wasn't certain if he was doing this on purpose. However, I was certain of one thing. Yudai Hashimoto was my enemy. The most formidable among everyone here, in fact. All that hard work to save him, and now I had to kill him. But I had to do it to survive.
いいですね。ぜひ。と言いたいところなのですが、僕より優先的に調べられるべき人がいる。
ほう、誰かな。
匠さんです。
This was how I'd handle it. It was a setup for a future attack.
匠さんはおそらく今後もずっと中心的役割を果たしていくことになる。彼が人か狼かもわからない状況だとみんな判断に困るでしょう。
それは
まあその通りだろうな。 声が大きい人間ほどよく目立つが、それゆえに疑われることもあろう。
おそらく優先順位的には匠さんと牧島勘三さんが同等くらいでしょう。僕は早々に生存証明は欲しいですが、自分の安全を全体の利益より優先させて後でそれを非難されるのはごめんです。それでも僕を先に調べてもらえるなら構いません。あるいはこういう振る舞いをする僕が疑わしいなら投票してもらってもいい。僕は皆さんの勝利を願いながらくくられましょう。その覚悟は昨日の晩に済ませました。ちえみちゃんが示した勇気を彼女ほどかっこよくはないけど僕も持とうと思います。
春秋様、
どう思うモッチー？
匠にか。まあ確かにそうだな。
ねえ、やめない？この人くくるの。
あたしもこの子は狼じゃないような気がするけどね。
That went well. Haru-chan was kind of overdoing it, but as long as she didn't take it any further, it'd be consistent with her act so far.
なるほどね。それじゃ室匠さんを蛇の型に調べてもらうということで、異論は室さん本人もよろしいかな。
ああ、構わね
え。ではそれで。
You couldn't push any further. Now it was time to vote.
拉致があかねえ。植松の、もう票取れ。
はい。記録をいたしましょう。
We continued talking for a short while after that, but it was mostly pointless chatter about what we should do, if anyone had any ideas.
あのさ、どこかにカメラを仕掛けておけば狼が誰かわかるんじゃない？
それを今この場で言ったら狼にもバレて意味なくなるんじゃないかな。
あ、そうだね。
Haru-chan did as I told her, displaying dedication towards contributing to the feast. Decent amount of time had passed since we started the feast, and it'd probably end right before the evening. Takumi-san was silent. He'd seem against hanging people on a whim at first, but something had changed him somehow. Shammy was like a fellow pillar of the community, so it must have hit him pretty hard. At this point, the only one clearly opposed to the vote was Mamiya-san, but even then, she'd only had a hand on her forehead. And so, the vote began.
最初はあんただ、じいさん。聞いてんのか？
おめえ。
あ？俺だと？
鬼みたいじゃ。怖い怖い。
そうかよ。次、おやっさん。
休み。
Did I push things too far?
処刑に反対するのがそんなにおかしなことですか？
てめえは頭が回る。そうやって首相なふりしてやがるかもしれね
え。おやっさん、やすは敵じゃねえよ。
同僚聞かんことには納得せん。
匠にいいから進めて。
じゃあ次はばあちゃんだ。
困ったね。記者の女の人に。
待ってください。私のどこが怪しかったっていう。
橋本さんが猿なのはええけどね、あんたはまだようわからん。
キューちゃん、落ち着いて。
ええ、大丈夫です。こういうことも想定すべきですし、ちょっと驚いたわけ。
次は俺だな。狼じじいに一票だ。こんなこと言いたくねえが、この後に及んで適当なことばっか言ってるてめえは害悪だ。
ほーてめえ、他のもんを疑っとるんじゃろ。
This is the most he has ever taught. Jesus.
何言ってんのかわからねえ。次、 香織さんだぜ。
安永、あなたはどう思う？
誰に投票するか先に言ってもいいんでしょうか？
悪いってことはね。
僕は現状で確証を持った票を入れることができない。だからここまで宴に貢献していない人を選ぶことしかできない。僕の意見を鵜呑みにしてほしくはない。
いいから言えや。
狼じじいに投票するつもりだ。ただ母さんは自分で選んで。
そう、わかったわ。じゃあ植松里香子さんに。
構いませんが、理由は伺っても。
ちえみちゃんのことをいいように言っていたのが少し気になったから。あの子が狼だった可能性もあるわよね。
Of all people, she was the one to say that? Then again, I was actually planning to mention it too. That was a smart
どう
move.
いうこと？母さん。
狼同士が仲間割れしたのかもしれないというの。殺すか殺さないかとか、そういう話でね。
Well, it was almost as if she was there herself. Kanzoshi was nodding. After all, in the feast it was common sense that humans weren't the only ones that could die at night. By creating the possibility that Chiemi was a wolf, we would mess up their assumptions about how many wolves there were left.
ちえみちゃんは殺したくなかったのかもしれない。それで自殺したのかも。
待ちなさい、織部のご婦人。それだと一人分の血を流したことにはならないのじゃないかね。
いや、わかりませんよ。少なくとも狼が仲間割れも殺しの人数にカウントした可能性は十分ある。
それで死体はあの場に残って、夫妻さんの言うように獣か何かに荒らされたとかね。そうだった場合、ちえみちゃんは人だったと狼は主張するんじゃないかしら。
He said that while looking at Rikako-san, who'd praised Chiemi's actions on the basis that she was a human.
違います。私はただ芹沢様の行いを
美化したかった。
Fully aware that my comment was unnecessary, I took the stage.
自殺なんてどうやったって悲しい。どうしようもなくやるせないものです。でもその死が前向きな理由だったなら、僕らもまた前向きになれる。そういう実のところ僕らに対するケアだったんじゃないですか、リカ子さんは。
I took her side this time. She was an important person with special powers. It was better for her to die later. I couldn't deny that a part of me didn't want to kill her, but I ignored it. After all, following the betrayal, the only one suffering would be me. Right now, the important thing was to pretend to be a human fighting the good fight against the wolves. Kaori-san was a wolf, and would probably be outed eventually. I had to make sure I wouldn't be suspected based on acting in support of her beforehand.
そうも思っていました。ただ一番は本当に芹沢様が勇気を持って盾になられたのだと。
I didn't doubt that Rikako-san might have been more traditional than anyone else in Fujiyoshi, but her heart remained good-natured.
わかった。あとは皆が判断する。次、清田。
夫妻子春明君に一票を。
Just like last time, he voted for me on the first day.
理由は何でしょう？
君自身が言った通りだ。率先して蛇に調べられることを拒否した時点で君への投票を決めていたよ。
なるほど、わかりました。もっと利己的になった方が良かったとは思えないんですが。
次、僕はさっき言った通り狼じじいに投票するよ。
He was the first one to get 2 votes.
近持ちだ。
ハッサンかな。
なんでそう思ったの？
真面目すぎるなって。
どういうことよ。
いや、ほんとそれだけ。もっとヘラヘラしてる方がハッサンっぽいから。
The scary thing was that such random thoughts of his often hit the mark.
よし、どうする？
植松に投票する。理由はババアの話が最もだと思ったから。
あなたも自分で考えなさい。
考えた上で言ってんだ。何より死んだ理由まで長者に利用されるのが俺には気に食わねえ。
次、ハル、どうする？
私も 植松さんに入れる。
なぜ安水の者の死を悲しんだ彼女が疑われねばならんのかね。これが安水の恩の返し方か。
うるせえな。もう次行っちまえよ、匠に。
あんただ、植松里香子。
織部香織様に。
お返しというわけかしら。
はい、私は人ですから。先ほど述べられたご理由は不当に思えました。
もういいか。じゃあ次だ。メイコ。
久幸さん。
夫妻子のことか。なんで入れた？
みんなダメ。だけど順番。
おい、何言ってんだこいつ。
それが私にもさっぱりで。
He that she was.
みんななんとかなの。だからくくるの。
Miko was the badger. Crap, I couldn't use her no matter how hard I thought about it. Hell, she could totally give it away and ruin us.
まあいいや。次。夫妻子の番だぞ。
Right now, I had 3 votes. As to the Rikako-san, the old wolf guy had 2, while Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Yasunaga-kun, and Mamiya-kun had 1 each. To survive, I had to vote for Rikako-san or the old wolf guy, and my vote would affect those of the remaining 2, the Journos. If they both voted for me, it'd be game over. But if I was right about the nature of Hashimoto-san's actions, he was trying to decide whether I was clean or not. If he decided that I wasn't, he would have surely mentioned it before the vote began. It was possible that he would vote for someone else. I had no idea if Mamiya-san would follow his vote, but even if she didn't, it wasn't likely that she'd vote for me. Basically, if I voted for Rikako-san, she would get 4 votes at most, and most likely be lynched. And if I voted for the old wolf guy, he would have 3 votes, and depending on who the journos vote for, I could end up in the final vote. None of those with just 1 vote were particularly suspicious to me, so it was best to just disregard them altogether. I had to vote between Rikako-san and the old wolf guy. But honestly, it wasn't much of a choice. Kaori-san's words about Rikako-san relied a decent amount on the assumption that the village heads were anti-Yasumizu, but that wasn't even very credible. It would be strange for me to base my decision on that. We already had Haru-chan agree with Kaori-san's words. She didn't even give her own reason. I didn't want to be considered an ally of those who'd given up on thinking for themselves. Now, all that mattered was who was the remaining 2 we were voting for. This could lead to another final vote, but I'd think about that then.
僕は狼じじい氏に投票します。
どうして？
I had to say something justified and useful to the humans.
狼じじい氏は多分こうしておられるけど演技だと思う。
My words surprised everyone.
どうしてそのように思われるので？
Naturally, I couldn't say that I'd seen him make a decent play when he was a badger.
ただの地方老人が過去も含めて読み意味の宴を回避できたとは思えない。 返事が返ってこないときは何度言っても返ってこないが、基本的には問いかけには一発で返答する。そう考えれば都合の悪いことは無しかでたらめな返答で流してしまえるのだから、
ちょっと待ってください。僕も彼に投票しましたが、それはさすがに考えすぎじゃないですか。第一、それなら現状こうして彼が疑われる状況になっているのがおかしいじゃないですか。
彼は何らかの抜け道を知っているんじゃないか。
抜け道？死ななくて済むような？
はっきりは分かりませんが、彼が寝泊まりしているという家はちらっと見たけど、ほとんどあばら屋だ。
I hadn't seen it this time around actually, but no one would find my claim fishy.
あの家では物意味すら行えない可能性が高い。なのに彼は生きている。
そう言われれば。
牧島勘三さん、これまでになかったですか？彼が不可解に生存したことが。
確かにとは言えねえが、わしはこいつを信用してねえ。昔から気色の悪いじじいだった。
He decided to ignore it all, apparently.
もし宴を回避する方法をご存知なのなら、ぜひ僕らに教えてほしいものです。それならこの票を取り下げたっていい。
誰も山からは逃げられん。
つまりどうあっても協力する気はないということです。僕が彼に投票する根拠はそれで全てです。
わかった。次、あんただ、間宮さん。
私は危険でいいかしら。人殺しに加担したくないんですが。
そうはいかねえ。あんたが誰を疑って誰を擁護するかだって見られてんだ。
わかったわ。じゃああなた牧島春さん。
春？理由は？
大したことはないです。絶対に処刑対象にならない方の中で一番怪しい人を選んだだけ。本当は山脇さんに投票しようかとも思ったけど、報復でいがみ合っても仕方ないし。
あたしより春ちゃんの方が怪しいって言うのかいね。あんたは。
あえて言うならですよ。植松さんへの嫌疑を答えずじまいなところとか態度とか、別に確たるものじゃありません。
Well, through Haru-chan's act, huh?
だからこだわりはしないけど、狼は全員とても狡猾で残忍で度胸が座った人物とは限らないし、この今も投票されないか心の底で怯えているような人もいるんじゃないか。その問題提起を兼ねて投票するわ。
それだけの理由でひどくないですか？
あなたたちがやっていることがそもそもひどいですからね。
わかった。最後はあんただ、橋本さん。
難しいけれど、狼じじいさんに入れさせてもらおう。
It was settled then.
理由を聞いてもいいかい？
皆さんの人となりがようやく分かってきましたけれどね。ここでムロさんを指名するのはおかしい。それだけのシンプルな理由です。
なるほど。わかった。
今ので4票で1番で決まりです。
縄持ってこい。時間が欲しい。黙れ。
I'd seen this before. Kanzo-san punched the old wolf guy, shocking some people. In the end, upon getting the rope, Kanzo-san tied him up and went to hang him on the pine all by himself.
こいつはわしがくくってくる。てめえらはもう、
おやっさん、どうした？
The conditions for it were different, but this event unfolded the exact same way as last time. This was just my assumption, but I believed that Kanzo-san had some sort of unfinished business with the old wolf guy. Perhaps he too suspected the old man would try something strange here. The first time he said he needed time, everyone accepted it, and soon he and Mochi, who accompanied him, were found dead outside. Was he planning to do something before his execution? That something led to murders, and made Kanzo-san forcefully drag him to the tree. It seemed significant to me. Dragging my feet in the line, heading back to the dining hall, I thought about the old wolf guy. Is there some sort of way to make him talk? Maybe I could loop back and... No, he probably wouldn't react to anything I said. For now, I just had to be glad that I survived today's feast. I couldn't show it, of course. If there were any holes in anything I'd said today, it would prove trouble further down the line. Even so, I had cast aside my doubts and taken a step forward. I could win this. I would win this as a wolf. Like last time, we ended up spending an awkward evening in the dining hall. Tai-san insisted that something bad could happen in the mist again, so she told us to stay inside. After that, Kanzo-san and Takumi-san came back. The former ignored all warnings and left again, but everyone else stayed inside. Takumi-san said that he didn't see Kanzo-san kill the old wolf guy. Just what was happening between them. And what if he didn't actually kill him? Was there some sort of secret agreement between the locals where they agreed that the old wolf guy had to live? Was someone hiding him somewhere? No, that couldn't be it. He definitely died the first time. I just didn't get it. Soon enough, we started making dinner. I had to check for poison again, clean up, and then we all went back to our rooms.
また明日にはこの中の誰かと会えなくなるかもしれねえ。覚悟だけはして戻ろう。
After a short silence, everyone gave each other some brief goodbyes and began going their own way.
あ、すみません。最後に。
Hashimoto-san stopped them.
間違ってもこの後、抜け出して誰かと内緒話をするなど、やめましょうね。昼と違ってみんなバラバラです。誰が近くに潜んでいてもわからない。
そんなものか。
でけえのの言う通りだ。まっすぐ戻れ。
Crap. I'd hoped to get a chance to eavesdrop. That meant that the secret chat he'd had at this afternoon only happened because he figured that the wolves couldn't do much during the day. However, it didn't mean that Hashimoto-san had anything concrete. In fact, he probably would deal with the potential eavesdroppers by not saying anything important if he met with someone privately. I was more curious about Takumi-san. The exchange between him and Yasunaga-kun might have been extremely important.
何ですって？
Late at night, we passed out, then put the wolf outfits on, passed through the beast-filled mist, and arrived at the dining hall again. My injury had healed shockingly well. Healing her power sure was something. I had to remove the taping to get into the wolf costume, though. That aside,
約束が違うんじゃない？
there was a strange tension between the three monsters here.
それでも今日は安永君や義継君を殺している場合じゃない。
でもそうでないと私は。
分かってます。あなたを軽視するつもりはないんです。ただ、
誰を殺すっていうのよ。じゃあ
候補は2人。室匠さんと橋本雄大さんです。
話を進めるのが上手だから。はい。橋本さんについては現状宴を理性的に進めるために大きな役割を果たしているからです。それに彼は見た目よりもかなり頭が切れる。気を抜けば簡単に正体を見破られる可能性があります。
Told them about how dangerous he was, citing the secret chat thing in the morning and the trick question during the feast.
考えすぎじゃないのかな。それで匠兄の方は？
彼は蛇のカゴ者かもしれない。
え？
I was already suspicious yesterday, but now I'm almost certain.
昨日彼は自発的な処刑対象者はいないかというモッチーの発言にまだ死ねないと答えていました。いろいろ考えましたが、彼がまだ死ねないというのは少しだけ不自然です。加えて今日、彼は安永君と密談を行いました。最初は千恵美の死でへこむ彼を励ますだけかと思ったんですが、今日の動き方を見れば 二人が宴に関して何か打ち合わせをした可能性もあるな、と。
それはそうかもしれませんね。いきなり安永を呼んで話をさせましたし。でもそれが一体。
そもそも彼は本質的にはもっとオープンで密談とかは好まないはずなんです。安水という狭い場所で秘密が保てるはずがないこともよく知ってるわけですし。
それで？
それがわざわざ密談を持ったというのは、相手のことをよほど信用していないとしないのじゃないか。つまり彼が蛇で、昨日は安永君を調べたのではないかと思うわけです。あともう一つ、彼は蛇に調べられたい人が挙手で募られた際、挙手をしませんでした。
あれ大丈夫だったよね。手を挙げ損ねたけど。
それは大丈夫。後で二人とも挙げてたでしょ。ただ彼の立ち位置ならば真っ先に手を挙げて調べられたいと思うはず。それをやらなかったのは、自分が蛇で自分を調べる意味がないことを先入観として持っていたから。自分も蛇ではなく他の人と同様の条件であることに気が回らなかったからじゃないかと思うわけです。だから彼は匠さんを調べるべきだという提案にも反応が遅れ、そしてそのまま反論も推奨もしないまま認めてしまった。
なるほど。確かにあの時の匠兄の物言い、なんか引っかかってるような感じだった。
心配があるのは分かったわ。でもなぜ今日なの？匠さんは自分自身を調べたりはしないにしろ、今すぐにこの3人がバレるとは限らないでしょ。
That was a naive thing to say.
僕は自分をあまり信用していません。匠さんが蛇で、しかも最初から僕に疑いを持っている場合、あの提案によって逆に疑いを強めたかもしれない。
あなたの説で言えば、安永は匠さんが蛇だということを聞いたかもしれないのよね。
可能性は、あるでしょ。
じゃあ安永もやはり。
そうですね。彼も早晩殺さねばならないでしょ
う。わかりました。明日絶対に安永を狙ってもらえるなら、今日殺す相手は。
私はどっちでもいいよ。
ありがとうございます。
We killed one. We couldn't go for the other one for a while. Today's choice was bound to greatly affect what happened next. Now, which one? My suspicions of Takumi-san being the snake were nothing more than that. Unlike detective novels, people didn't always act according to logic. It was risky to take a web of strange words and look at them in black and white. But I was almost certain Hashimoto-san was dangerous. He had to be eliminated.
橋本さんを殺します。
わかったわ。だけど。
明日は安永君を殺しましょう。ただし、蛇のカゴ車が知れた場合は別です。
それは困るわ。明日は必ず安永を手にかけてもらわないと。
あなたは読み意味の宴を軽視している。そんな簡単に勝ち進めるものじゃない。あなたは息子2人と心中できれば満足かもしれないが、僕と春ちゃんはそうはいかない。新内明神の命をクリアして、この事件を永遠に解決して、春ちゃんだけでもここから逃がす。僕にはその責任がある。安易な特攻作戦は立てられない。
わかったわ。 じゃあ、もし明日の夜も殺せなかった場合、私が日中に息子2人を殺します。
香織さん、それはダメ。
あなたたちに迷惑はかけないし、2人殺して、その日くくられれば、十分仕事を果たしたことにならないかしら。
First, there was no guarantee she would successfully kill both, and if she did, that didn't mean the humans would simply kill Kaori-san. That had happened in a previous loop, but it was a hopeless feast led by Kiyonosuke-shi and the wolf Yosonaru. In a feast as calm as collected as this one, they'd probably tie Kaori-san up and let the corruption have her while they looked for the other wolves. No, knowing Hashimoto-san, he could torture Kaori-san and try to get the identities of other wolves out of her. But I wouldn't explain
もはや
that.
一切の約束はできません。しかしできる限り明日安永君を殺しましょう。現状の僕の精一杯の誠意だと思っていただけないでしょうか。
香織さんもわがまま言ったらダメだよ。うまくいけば結局みんな死ぬんだから、うまくいかせることを考えてくれないと。
もう辛いのよ。早くこんな人生終わりにしたいのよ。
香織さん、ごめん。わがままとか言い過ぎた。
はるちゃん、香織さん見てて。
どうするの？
僕一人でやってくる。
わかった。
This was the most humane and ethical choice I could manage. I wouldn't let the unfortunate mother and girl dirty their hands and push them even further into a corner. Justification was a wonderful thing. It could apparently drive people to easily commit acts that would be insane otherwise. The door to the hut was surprisingly unlocked, so I went in and committed murder with shocking ease. I used a nearby farming tool as my weapon. I severed the big man's head from this torso and chopped him up into bits to make it work easier for the cleanup crew the next morning. Knowing Hashimoto-san, he may have left a dying message, so I thoroughly destroyed his body just to be safe. It felt like I'd slain an evil troll. I'd done the deed in under an hour, and probably easier than it would have been if all three of us had done this together. As suspected, I found a camera, so I smashed it to pieces and buried it in the massive corpse. I made sure to destroy it at an angle that would destroy the memory card too, in a way that made it look natural. After all, I didn't want people pointing fingers at city dwellers tomorrow for having clearly gone out of their way to destroy it. Good. I was calm. I told the others it was all over, and then we parted for the day.
待って。
Good. Haru-chan called to me near the end of our trip back to our homes.
今日、ごめん。
僕の方こそ香織さんを全部任せちゃってごめんよ。
殺す方が
That's the
大変
lavender
でしょ。
town of this game.
思ったより楽だったよ。明日からも血祭りについては僕がやった方がいいかもね。香織さん、なんだかんだで息子を自分の手で殺した場合、正気ではいられなさそうだ。
言えてるけど。
That's the moment in the horror movie when the radio flips on and it starts playing children singing.
香織さんに。
それも言えてる。
困った人。
いやー、君もなかなか手強かったぜ。
ごめんね。
Bonding over murder.
ああ、いやいや、それでも香織さんと対抗するにはめちゃくちゃ助かるから。
うん。そのくらいはするよ。できれば、明日は私も血祭りに行く。
だからそれは。
なんとなくだけど、善人面したあなたには背中を任せたくないの。
言うじゃないか。オーケー。明日は頼りにしてる。あ、昼は無茶するなよ。
うん。 臆病で反抗期で考えなしの牧島春でいる。
え、普段のそれって演技？
違うよ。どんなバカでもある程度の自己分析はできるってこと。おやすみ。
おやすみ。
When I called her formidable, I was referring to back then. Yes, back in that time when she'd instantly killed me for trying to abandon my role as a wolf. Naturally, I'd assumed she'd just give me a confused look. I'd say it was nothing, and that'd be the end of that. I wonder what exactly she was apologizing for. It bugged me, but I returned to the prefab, took off the outfit, and got changed. I'd learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume with little clothing, so it was a simple task. The blood-stained wolf outfit would be gone come morning. I laid down, and slumber soon took me away. The next morning, as I expected, the outfit had vanished. As I expected, there was a big fuss over Hashimoto-san's body. But what I didn't expect was that Takumi-san would beat the shit out of me first thing in the morning.
こいつが狼だった。
Takumi Mura was the snake. Since he knew I was part of the gang that killed Hashimoto-san, he didn't hesitate to use full force on me. The feast was over in a flash. Everyone voted to lynch me. I wasn't even allowed to vote on account of my face and throat being all smashed, so I did mean everyone. Given the situation, Haru-chan and Kaori-san didn't waste any votes on trying to save me naturally. What was all that thinking for yesterday? Takumi-san really was the snake. He really did suspect me, and everyone really did trust him once he got the chance to show off his strength. I was embarrassed that I'd tried to act like a good guy, but next time I would get to Takumi-san for sure. Oh, the mist was... Game over. There we go. I did manage to pick the wrong choice this time. I've had a nasty habit of picking what I thought to be the wrong choice and then picking the right choice twice. So I finally broke that curse. Personally, I found Hashimoto-san to be the biggest threat. I didn't see any openings or weaknesses on him. However, I knew full well just how influential Takumi-san was. Though he sometimes lacked confidence, once he found some, he could kill off the wolves through his initiative and popularity alone. Then there was the fact that he might be the snake. I really couldn't ignore him.
室匠さんを殺します。
わかったわ。ただし。
はい。明日は安永くんを。そのために、はるちゃんにはお願いがある。
何？
おそらく明日、安永くんは再びショックを受けた状態になるはずだ。それを君が必死で慰める。できるだけ避けたいのは、彼に匠さんは実は蛇で、彼から人の証明をもらっていたと発言させること。匠さんは殺されているわけで、彼が本物だということは、全員に強い信憑性を持って受け入れられるはずだ。それ以後、蛇を語るのは極めて難しくなる。これはわかる？
わかるけど、でもどうするの？正直私、そういうのうまくやれる気がしないんだけど。
それは。
私がやりましょう。要は、安永を宴の外で喋らせず、
それはそうなんですが、できますか？
母ですから。親子の会話を持つことは、あまり咎められないでしょう。それに、匠さんとは、知らない仲でもありませんから。それで匠さんが蛇だということを聞き出したら、そうね、肝臓さんが怪しいと言いましょう。自分が調べられるのを恐れて、蛇を殺したのだってね。
ええ、そうですね。みんながいるところで見せた奇妙さですから。
よね。それであなたがそれを口にしたら狙われるから黙っていてくれと頼みましょう。
I might have severely underestimated her. I'd assumed she was a timid person without much of her own opinion on anything. But oh, was I wrong. I didn't know whether she was holding back or using her imagination and proactiveness in a negative way. But she was really dependable in a situation like this.
狼ゆえに知り得たことや先回りして匠さんが蛇じゃないかということは絶対に避けてくださいね。あなたが安永くんに疑われたら元も子もない。
あら、疑われる程度ならいいでしょ。どうせ明日の夜安永は死ぬんだから。
I had to hold back from cursing at her. A mother was intending to kill her own child, and it made me feel unpleasant. That was the right thing to feel, wasn't it?
じゃあ私はいいのね。
そうだね。ひとまずは。
Her sudden grin was so out of nowhere I had no idea what to make of it, and neither did Kaori-san. Takumi-san's place was close to the plaza. There was nothing out of the ordinary around it. That meant this would be our first real murder. Our first kill as wolves. Was I really gonna do this? Would the door really open? Would I really open it and carry out the deed? More nervous than I appeared, I put my hand on the door. Click. I felt it unlock. Seriously?
ちょっと他も確かめてきます。
ちょっと。
I ran around, checking several houses. The detached dwelling where Yoshitsugu-kun lived, Meiko's place, Kanzo-san's place, Rikako-san's place. All of them were locked.
どうやら最初に手をかけた家のみが開くようです。軽い気持ちでノブに触れない方が良さそうだ。
なるほど。
じゃあもう匠兄を殺すしかないんだ。
そういうことだ。では開けます。
This would be my first time here since I'd investigated his corpse during the first loop. It was a simple room. There was a futon in the middle, and his large body was right there. He was sleeping, defenseless. He wouldn't wake up, right?
ねえ、どうやって殺すの?
I actually was curious if we were going to be provided some means of killing. The murders I'd known of so far had been outside the norm, but they weren't something beyond human ability. But I also thought that they'd been a bit excessive, assuming their sole purpose was murder. I still didn't know if there was something that compelled them to do that. But apparently, you had to come up with your own method of murder.
この場にあるものを使おう。
Thankfully, we had lots of options. There were various old farming tools nearby. The edged ones, sickle, hoe, etc., looked extremely fitting for the purpose. There was even an axe. It would make it really easy. An axe could destroy a human body in no time.
念のため聞きますが、やりたい人はいますか? いいでしょう。僕がやります。
I raised the axe overhead and hesitated. This memory, the fact that I committed murder, would probably stay with me even if I looped. I'd keep this moment, this feeling, until the day I died. That was hardly a problem. My aim was true, and the axe sunk into Takumi-san's neck. Blood burst out of the wound and then started bubbling out ceaselessly. That was definitely lethal. However, the blade wasn't too wide or large. This wasn't a broad axe or anything. Thus I swung it down again, and again, and again. His head left his body before the 10th swing. I took his head in hand. His eyes were open wide. His expression was full of anguish. At this point I wasn't sure if he'd been completely unconscious. I nonchalantly showed it to the two behind me. Applause They actually applauded
お
me.
見事でした。
ご立派。
Pure joy and words of praise. My earlier sense of disgust returned. Why? Why did these people suddenly cease having a soul the moment they became wolves? This was wrong. They were supposed to show disgust. They needed to. If they didn't, to whose standards was I supposed to adjust my conscience, sense of right and wrong, and good and evil? I tossed the head on the floor. I then held it in place with my foot. Cut it with the axe over and over. Struck it over and over. It was almost completely unrecognizable now. I kicked away the damaged skull, still covered in flesh and hair in places. It was heavy, so my leg hurt, and it left a pool of blood where it rolled. Before even looking at it, I took a random farming tool and thrust it into his torso. I then took another tool and sank it into his shoulder. I opened his stomach. I cut up his limbs. By the time someone stopped me, the corpse was in such a state that you'd think the corruption was responsible for it.
ここまでしなくてもよかったんじゃないかしら。
Not even those words were out of disgust or guilt. They simply thought it was a waste of time.
帰りましょ
Still pissed, I went to the exit, not even looking back at them. Fucking hell.
みそぎをしないと。
I felt some water hit my back, but I was too pissed to even react before leaving. I took off the bloody wolf outfit and just threw it on the floor. I'd learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume without any upper clothing, so I was able to relax after just wiping off the sweat and changing my underwear. The room began to reek of blood. But great Lord Shinai would probably clean all this up anyway. Shit. I was pissed. Even though I knew they'd lose their sense of guilt, I was still pissed. Shit. I just wanted to sleep. But I couldn't really do that with someone knocking on my door. Who the fuck could it be? Kaori-san? Haru-chan? Shinai himself? It was still late at night, so it couldn't be anyone else from the village. Police, then? That'd be a laugh. I ignored it, though. I was too pissed. More knocking. More ignoring.
おやおや。おやおやおや。町のお方は繊細でいらっしゃるな。
They do the perfect amount of mixing with that voice because every time I hear it, even when I expect it, my blood runs cold. Now that I couldn't ignore. I jumped up and leapt to the door so quickly I almost tripped. This was the mystery surrounding Haru-chan. The brutalization had distracted me from my primary goal here. I hadn't expected her to come to me. Upon opening the door, I saw something I really didn't expect. This was... Oh, hey, yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
狼は来やる。みそぎ物意味。夢見せよ。不死吉の娘。
That was Haru-chan? Now that I got a better look, the physique, hairdo, and even the voice were similar. But why would she wear that? No, forget that. How did she make it all the way here without her wolf outfit?
驚くには値しませんぞ。こやつらは皆、我と同類。分身のようなものゆえ。
Behind her, I felt the beasts closer than at any point today or yesterday. No, I can actually see them. Countless eyes glowed in the darkness nearby. She gently extended her hand. A few of them looked at her, and a few of them even came close. The weak light from outside the prefab lit them up. Dogs. They really were dogs. Some were white, some were brown, some had long ears, some didn't have a tail. It was a pack of countless feral-looking, mid-sized dogs. All of them had blood and filth on them, as well as severe wounds here and there. Their clenched teeth, furrowed noses, and widened eyes spoke volumes of the rage, and perhaps even hatred within them. The girl clad in aged cloth didn't seem to care, standing still even as they surrounded her. Not only that, but she reached out to pet one of them.
3つの神のうち1つはあなたなのか？
おう、そうじゃ。そんなところで引っかかっておいでとは。
But which one are you?
かくのごとく、獣と触れ合う他によるべもない。力なき、寂しき神よ。
上がってください。
おやおや、おやおやおや。神を招くなど、不用意にも程があられはすまいか？
Can you just be normal and go ara ara instead of oya oya?
神隠しに遭われても知りませぬぞ。
すみませんが、僕はあなたらのルールはわからないんですよ。
ふむ。それもまた道理。町のお方々は科学とかも
Oh, that's one way of looking at it, I
信じておら
guess.
れるのであったな。
科学は神じゃないですよ。
神でございますぞ。ご存知
I mean, I guess there's Scientology.
貴様は何も信じておられるのじゃな。これはこれはこれはこれはこれは失礼をいたした。
Okay, this really
こちら
was...
から出ましょうか。
それにも及びませぬぞ。その薄汚い装束でこの子供を脅かさねば。敷居は
Also belly button.
結界じゃ。髪語りは結界越しになさるがよい。
そういうものですか。では、いい。
If you think about it, this is technically a goddess's belly button.
あなたは何者なんですか？
それはもう答えた問いであろう。
It must taste divine. Okay.
神。力なき神。
I know.
それだけじゃわからないんですよ。
Yeah.
で、待てよ。
No, it wasn't. It was holy.
無事な。
Saintly, even. That belly button is simply one among many of the constellation that line the heavens. For the first time, she simply nodded instead of saying it. It made me uneasy.
不快な呼び名なのでしょうか。
Do you hate that name? Hmm.
別に正しいことじゃ。こうして信頼明神の印をつけて畜生どもの頭目として振る舞っておる我にこそ。
かつては別の神だったのですね。
衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や
If
神
you
話は
ate her
よそか
out,
らの
you
拝
would be
借だけでなく、
consuming
政治
ambrosia
的な
and
要因も
nectar.
強く影響して変遷していくの。古代、神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。集落の合体によって、それぞれが奉じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神
If
様
a
が
god
古文や
possesses
魔物に
a
変えられたり、
woman, do they feel saintly? Perhaps a bit holy?
あるいは、かつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうやって、強力な神や悪魔ほど、異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。忘れられた信仰がいくつもそこに融合されているの。今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから、多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。
A forgotten god. A mountain god besides great Lord Shinai. With the creation of the Shinai faith, she was woven into it as his servant and left mostly forgotten. That was the entity possessing her. Yo, now that she's a goddess, we can really call it a cleft of Venus.
まあそんなものじゃが、我は我の話などしとうてきたのではない。
Personally, I had a whole ton of questions, but since I didn't want to make her upset, I let her take the lead.
何を聞きたいと？
何故あれほど乱心なさったのじゃ。
それはわからないのですか？
貴様がこの娘と女に憤懣を持たれたことは分かったが、その色以外はどうにも嫁なんだ。殺すのが嫌なら一撃でやめればよろしかろうし、怠慢を咎めるならば獲物を渡されればよろしかった。危機として大男を切り刻みましたでしょう。
I don't know if I would say joyously.
二人にはね、まともでいてくれないと困るんですよ。
ふむ。
まともじゃない人間の中では、僕はまともになれない。人間としての芯がない人間なものでね。まともさの定義を入れ替えられると、立ち位置がわからなくなる。
I see. So it's the same kind of stand as Shiro Emiya.
自分で立ち位置を変えるのは構わない。他人に強制されると腹が立つ。
Oh boy.
それだけです。
ふむ。芯がない。
He's just as mentally fucking deranged
貴様の芯とは、その
as Koto Minekira and Shiro Emiya. What the fuck? Why? Why? Why?
そうかもしれません。
ならばなぜ
He's not good at cooking though, so he doesn't have that.
怒りがすべてであるものは、恐れも敬いもせぬものぞ。
僕はわからないものが怖い。
それはどうも正確ではないように思えてならぬ。ふむ。なるほど。貴様は恐怖と快楽の区別がついておらぬのじゃな
I
い。
see she's looked down.
そして
One brain cell.
他
Give
人
it
に
back,
よりそれを
Chubbs.
御されるのが不快なのじゃ。どうじゃ、当たりか。これで
Yeah, same actually. She took my displeased expression in silence as a yes and laughed.
あなたは心を読むんですか？
宴会芸じゃ。
それで僕の記憶を読みましたね。だから死に戻りについて知っている。
おうおう。おうおうおう。バレてしもうた。もう少し煙に巻いて差し上げたかったものを。
おーおーおーおーおー。
つまりあなたやハルちゃんが死に戻っているわけではない。
まあそういうご理解でよろしかろう。悔しいことに我もまた
その黒幕だという神につ
Can
い
you
て
dance
教えてもらえません
right
か？
now?
それはできぬ。
なぜ？
それもこれも我の弱きがゆえに。
教えていただければすべてをひっくり返してみせますよ。あなたの意向を取り戻すことだって。
出過ぎであられるぞ、町のお方。
I gasped at her sudden intensity.
勘違いを。力なき神とは人の役に立てぬということ。人知れず災いを起こせぬということにあらず。そして無力がゆえにこうして可愛らしく振る舞っておる我という神は、我の意向を取り戻される。向こう十里の人里を焼き払い、人皆くくって我に恵まれるか。こ をして話すわ。このつまらぬ夜の不良を慰むため。それ以上の何も得られはしませぬぞ。
So this was just a diversion for her. I couldn't consider it significant. Was that what she was telling me?
少々今日が冷めてしまうた。
Would you burn several villages to the ground and hang all the villagers at the chance at an immortal goddess waifu? That's the real moral of the story. Would you, Pit? Jesus fucking Christ. Fair enough. Oh.
夢夢ご承知の上。アクル版。
That's when you don't let the person finish their sentence and you just say yes. And then when they try and ask you if you're sure, you just start saying yes, yes, yes! She turned around and I felt the beasts rush away. I'd fill an entire ocean with blood if it met.
なぜわざわざ僕を訪ねてきてくださったんですか?
God Pussy, aka Gussy, aka Gucci.
そうそう。そういう話なら歓迎ですぞ。まあ要するに、この娘が少々気にしておったのでな。
Cool.
はるちゃんが?
Don't care.
あんなに激高してどうしたんだろう、夫妻さんは。
神内明神の使いとして黄泉という印を憎みながら貴様という腹からは気遣っておるのじゃ。
Oh, by the way, you were gone for this, but in the second route, Chiemi and Kamoshida ended up being wolves. I had guessed Kamoshida, and I had lamented the fact that the only person left that could possibly be a wolf was Chiemi, and I really didn't want her to be a wolf, and then she turned out to be a wolf, and then she turned out to be a serial killer psychotic bitch in that particular route. And that was kind of hot. Anyway. Rika fell in love with the protagonist in that route. She saved him from being poisoned. Rikako. Yeah. Rikako. She sucks out his poison, somehow saves him from the verge of death, falls in love with him, and then they die crawling towards each other with one hand on top of the other. Which is pretty fucked up. And then there was the actual ending of that route. If you thought that was bad, the actual ending of that route was I went to the... So I stopped Kamoshida and Chiemi from just gunning everyone down during the day. Alright? I unmasked them both. We had Kamoshida get hung, and then we basically told Chiemi to kill herself, otherwise we'd cut off her limbs. And she was like, I'm so glad you guys let me kill myself. And then she dropped some weird thing about, like, God. And then she gleefully jumped to her death. And then, you know, everything seemed fine. Everything seemed dandy. We went back to our hometown. We're like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna buy this ring for Rikako. It's clear, and it's got rubies in it. It fits her eyes and hair. And we were like, yo, listen, friends, family, I'm quitting college. I'm not living in the city anymore. I'm gonna go retire to the farm. I'm gonna go retire to this awful town that you've never heard of called Yasumizu. And then I drive back. And I'm so ready. I'm hyping myself up. And everybody's fucking dead. And their brains are all everywhere. Their heads have been cleaved in two. And you know who I find who's gone completely fucking insane and with an axe covered in gray and red. Kiyonosuke. He's gone insane and he's talking about how the wolves are coming. And the worst part of it all is the fact that where I find him, I look up and I see, guess who? Rikako's Rikako's being hung. She's dead. No happiness that route. So we kill Kiyonosuke, and then tormented by visions, spirits, and thoughts, we sing the fucking anthem of this shitty fucking town as we make our way to the river, throw ourselves in. And that's how we got here. Oh, and now we're wolves, but that was already painfully obvious, I'd imagine. Oh, and Chiemi blew her fucking head off in this route really early on. We were literally on our way to kill somebody. And she's like, "Ahaha, I'm outside, and I have a sawed-off shotgun." And then she pointed it at us. And then she whispered something. And she apparently knew, despite the costumes, that it was Haruaki that was one of the wolves. Because she addressed him by name. And said, "Don't become... ... And then pointed the gun in her mouth and blew her fucking head off. And it makes me really sad, because in all 3 routes so far, there hasn't been a way to save her. And that was a fucking promise I made to myself with this game. And I don't think I can fulfill that promise. Rikako is objectively the better girl. However, I am a loyal motherfucker, and I have the primacy effect versus the recency effect. My primacy bias is stronger than my recency bias. Oh, fuck you. Also, if this were animated, I want them to do all the bad endings too. All of them. Yep, every single one, including getting mad at the cop and getting shot. Yeah. Well, he canonically gets every wrong ending. Yo, hold on. Hey, wait a minute. I do it on purpose because I want 100% completion. Stop drawing parallels. Also, how many times can this protagonist keep being relatable? What the fuck? He just said, "You're a cute god." Why is this man so based?
なるほど、なるほど。おっしゃる通り、ひねくれておいでじゃ。
I guess that makes 3 of us, because I know for a fact Pit's into it. With that as her final words, she disappeared into the night mist. The god. The goddess, specifically. The next morning came. As I'd expected, the wolf outfit and all the blood had vanished. That didn't mean it was all a dream, though. Takumi-san's mutilated corpse was soon discovered, shocking the whole settlement. That was when I noticed that the murder scene was full of wet footprints. They were the same as the ones left by the previous wolves, and I now understood why they were there. They'd also wore those wet costumes. They didn't even continue outside the house, though. Apparently Great Lord Shinai took care of the costumes as well as the evidence. What a methodical god. I was probably the only one who could be so clear-headed. Tai-san took this especially hard. She refused food and instead just prayed at one edge of the dining hall. Kanzo-san was looking really weary, too. First Chiemi, now Takumi-san. He was losing people he depended on, one after the other. His reaction was only natural. As you'd expect, Yasunaga-kun had gone pale once more. The person who consoled him the previous day was gone forever, after all. Then there was Kaori-san. She looked shaken and had already broken 2 plates. Everyone assumed her state was caused by Takumi-san's death. They were close, after all, and everyone was sympathetic. I knew that she was actually just tense because she was planning to trap her sons and then kill them, but I didn't say a word, of course. Breakfast was over, and we finished washing the dishes. Kanzo-san prepared to go clean up Takumi-san and said that, which made a chill go down my spine. I had no idea what kind of info the two would exchange if they had a secret chat. That was why Yoshitsugu's words were a big help. It was going great. Yoshitsugu-kun returned from cleaning up, and Kanzo-san went patrolling, but Yasunaga-kun and Kaori-san still hadn't returned. A bit worried, I finished cleaning up and relaxed when...
Haruaki-sama.
Oh yeah, one of the nicer things about the previous route was Rikako and Chiemi had a cat fight over Haruaki. Someone called out to me. Oh, several cat fights. Sorry. It is about Meiko. Okay.
Ah.
That little shit of a child. That was an issue I'd nearly forgotten. A short distance from everyone else here, around 10 steps away from Tai-san and her prayers, we started whispering to each other.
やっぱり反抗的なんですか?
はい。前まで着替えも一人でしなかったのが。
食事も離れて食べてましたね。
There needs to be an ending where I can just have both. It was cute though. I am specifically talking about Rikako and Chiemi, by the way. Oh no, I know you know. But Twitch doesn't know. And we are talking about Rikako and Meiko right now.
ああ、いや、外ではそういう育て方をされた子供もいなくはないので。
なあ。
しかし、何なんでしょうね。
わかりません。いえ。
I can't wait to get all the keys.
橋本様がおっしゃっていた。無地なのではないでしょうか。
There. She noticed it too, and she probably wasn't alone.
そうかもしれません。狼におもねった人。だから、人をくくれと言ってるのか。
神藤吉には、狼を善とし、他のお使いと休みず。
You know, if Hashimoto-san gets hung by the neck off that tree, he is just going to be decapitated.
それを聞かされて、メイコは寝返った?
かもしれません。
Very heavy man.
心当たりはないな。でも、ひとまずは放置しても大丈夫でしょう。彼女の言うことが、宴の参加者に影響を与える
There
こと
were
は
a few that would delay their execution, or even dodge it just by getting too fat to hang, because you can't hang them and end up decapitating them. That was something that was considered inhumane.
そんな楽観視していていいのでしょうか。
よくはないですが、しかしルールに従うなら彼女を宴から除外する唯一の方法はくくることで。
I don't want to hang a child, but I also don't want to kill one, so...
宴の機会を奪ってしまうならば。
Rikako, what the fuck? You're way too on board with this.
私が
That would be good for us.
やめましょうそれは。人の票を無駄に1票減らしてしまいますし、第一、残酷に過ぎます。
わかりました。メイコにお慈悲をいただき。
リカコさんはどうしてあの子にそこまで
I fucking hate this issue. God damn it. I don't understand why it keeps happening. Alright.
入れなさるんです。ただの迷子でしょうに。
What?
身寄りのない子供を引き取って育てるのが
Children.
植松家の役目でしたので。
そうなんですか。
はい。植松家は長者家の中では血筋をさほど重視せず、孤児や
God
身寄
nerfed
り
you.
のないものを積極的に迎え入
I
れて
could only assume they needed more bedroom woodman servants to fulfill their evening duties.
リカコさんは伝統を大事になさるんですね。
It's okay, God nerfed us all in various ways.
そのようなことしかない世界で
This whole area was a separate realm built around the worship of great Lord Shinai. From my perspective, she was very unfortunate to have been born here. But perhaps from her point of view, being a city boy without the pillars of faith and tradition to support me was far more unfortunate. I couldn't deny that a world where the way to live and die hadn't changed for centuries could be easier to live in. A well-balanced aquarium didn't need much to stay stable. It just had to continue following already established processes. However, in the real world, closed systems were extremely hard to maintain. Other animals, diseases, lineages, ideals, feminism, the system was threatened by countless things. In liberated societies, however, the people had to develop a strong will, with a blend of common sense and individuality, and constantly conflict with others. Not like that couldn't crumble as a result of outside influences either, but there was no denying that it was tougher than a secluded, happy society. Open societies exchange certain happiness for the practical universal simplicity we call money. That reasoning was probably a bit shaky. Anyway, this settlement, as well as Fujiyoshi, would eventually fall victim to our aging society. Without a single person here, Great Lord Shinai would, just like the Badger, or the Nameless Mountain God, be forgotten and vanish. The Uematsu, her included, would simply vanish faster than the rest. Wait, no, hold on. She cute though. Thus, what I felt for her right now was merely sympathy for something facing its inevitable end. A worthless sentiment you could have about anything. None of that had happened. I'd thrown away even Chiemi.
春明様、いかがなさいました？
どうかしてましたか、僕。
My lack of a conscience.
怖い顔をなさっていました。
あはは、すみません。
I had to keep a tight grip on my conscience. Whatever left. Without deciding what to do about Meiko, I returned to the dining hall, where I found Yasunaga-kun and Kaori-san. Honestly, it would not shock me if this character at some point decided to commit necrophilia. Yasunaga-kun seemed a bit better than before, but only slightly. Kaori-san looked the same though, so I couldn't tell if she'd succeeded in getting Yasunaga-kun to not talk about Takumi-san. Oh yeah, something I left out. Rikako-san tried to rape us as we were dying. But we were like, nah, bitch, and she was like, okay, I won't rape you.
もうお昼の準備を始めましょうか。今日もすぐに宴でしょうから。お釜洗って。
わかりました。
Huh? I opened the metal pot I'd grown used to using, and found a piece of paper inside. Takumi didn't tell Yasunaga anything about being a snake. He simply consoled Yasunaga about Chiemi-chan's death and talked about how they could proceed with the feast. Maintaining my poker face, I brought the pot to the sink and filled it with water, getting the paper all wet. The fountain pen letters quickly became unreadable. I then used a scrubbing brush to quickly tear it apart, rolled it into a ball, and threw it in the trash. Was Kaori-san aware just how risky that was? Anyway, that info just now was extremely important. Takumi-san hadn't told him about being a snake. What was I to make of that? The first time, Takumi-san had revealed he was a snake on the very first day. Why was he so careful now? Why was everyone so smart now? What if he wasn't the snake? What if Yasunaga-kun lied to his mother as a precaution? Kaori-san's note didn't tell me anything about how she'd asked it or the nuances of the replies, but this could definitely be a good time to come out as the snake. What was I to do now? I thought about that for every second of lunch. I did think I kept a normal expression on my face at least. I took far too long to decide that, regardless of circumstances. I needed to claim a role.
今日の宴を始めますよ。
始めました。
絶対にくくらねばならないからね。
Prayer time was over for her. Her sadness and confusion had become hatred of the wolves. Everyone displayed approval of her words, including us wolves. We might have been the ones terrorizing them, but it wasn't hard for us to act like the powerless resistance. First of all, Yasunaga-kun said that Takumi-san's death rendered the snake's power meaningless. His tone seemed authentic, so it was hard to believe that he was just hiding that we'd lost the snake.
となると、この時点で人だと確定しているのは、未だにモッチーと橋本さんの2人だけ。知恵ねえと、狼じじいと匠兄がいなくなって、この場には13人。未確定。
そこから1人、一番怪しいものをあげて処刑する。
今日ヘビが調べるもんを選べ。それでくくるのは残り10人じゃ。
順番から言えば。
Yasunaga-kun was giving me a sideways glance.
兄ちゃんなんじゃないの？いろいろ喋ってるし、怪しまれたら。
そうだ。下手すりゃジジイあたりが難癖つけそうじゃねえか。
僕、疑わしいですかね。
てめえと記者の女は初日にくくることを渋ったな。
それを言うなら、匠兄だってそうだし、肝臓さんだって否定はしなかったでしょ。
わしは票はくくる方に入れた。
Kanzo-san began presenting his unreasonable argument. He was basically saying that just about everyone here deserved the noose.
まあまあ。
Pretty based if you think about it.
判断材料はまだ全然足りないんですよ。初日の投票を判断材料にするのは間違いです。提案したのは猿のカゴ車である。
Yeah, according to my parents, you are a monkey.
まあ、抑えてください。
I don't know why the fuck they said that.
ちなみに、楽観論だけど、昨日のおじいさんが狼だっていう可能性はないのかな。
ねえよ。
ねえよ。Hmm? A certain answer from a place no one expected.
狼じじいは人間だっつってんだ。
お前、それは。
全員動くな。
Sharp words and a sharp sound. He stabbed a kitchen knife from the dining hall into the tatami before him. Haru-chan gasped while Kanzo-san made a stern face and got up.
動くなっつってんだ。じじいでも容赦はしねえぞ。
Kanzo-san could have probably beaten him even with 1 or 2 stab wounds in him. He didn't do it though, probably because the hostility in Yoshitsugu-kun's voice was highly restrained. Despite his intense words, he was very calm and displayed great determination. It was a silent threat, and Kanzo-san believed it was worth listening to him. Even encouraged him to talk.
俺はカラスだ。昨日くくられた狼じじいは人だった。もし他にカラスを名乗る奴が出たら間違いなく偽物だから即ぶっ殺す。
That doesn't mean you'll be taken by the corruption, though.
そんなパフォーマンスは
やめねえ。読み意味の宴なんざ。要は信じるか信じないかの勝負だろ。なら一番本気見せた奴が勝つ道理だ。違うかよ、狼ども。殺される覚悟があんなら語ってみせろや。
I won't say that, but I will say I'm a snake. I saw what he was doing here.
結局は信じるか信じないかだろう。読み意味の宴ってやつは。
They'd both reached the same conclusion because they weren't wrong. Due to the unreliable nature of playing the odds, the feast became, just as I thought, a game of politics rather than logic. In political scenarios, the ones who were in charge were the loudest and most emotional, not the most rational. After all, logic required energy to understand. Basically, it was a pain in the ass. The people who actually enjoyed building complex logical theories were by far in the minority. The majority disliked wasting energy on understanding them, even if they did have that much capacity. There was something they all had in common. They all wanted to believe that the world was actually easy to understand, the truth was simple, and that someone was just making it more complex than it was. The truth was that any world worked based on complicated mechanisms, and it only seemed simple because you wanted to see it that way. However, it was impossible to impress the complexity of the world upon everyone. Thus, people were always left certain matters, such as science or politics, to those considered to be pros. It was a sensible delegation of authority. But to earn trust, you needed to present yourself in a way that was simple rather than complex. You needed a story that the ones who'd cast logic aside could easily swallow. Like Takumi-san back then, and Yoshitsugu-kun now. They'd realized that, so they decided to gamble on it. Discard logic. Pick your methods based on feeling and preference, gamble, and win support. They'd provide the anti-logic cloud with a convenient lifeboat. It was definitely a good approach, but Yoshitsugu-kun had overlooked 2 things.
いねえようだな。じゃあ、俺が本物のカラスだってことでいいな。
First was his own nature. He was a persuasive person even when there was no basis for it. I actually admired that. Yoshitsugu-kun was your generic edgy delinquent to the core. However, he was kind at heart as well as passionate and naive. That much was plain for me to see. It was why everyone could believe him if he took things seriously enough. As long as he stayed honest, no one would doubt him. It was a rare and valuable talent. In a good-natured society, that is.
なるほど。じゃあ義継はカラスのカゴ車で確定。狼じじいも人で確定。あと10人の中に3人の狼がいるってことだ。
That was all he'd earned by revealing his guardian to us wolves. Was it really worth the risk? The other thing he'd misunderstood was that this was something that couldn't be emulated. No one who tried something similar would get the same results. This was because winning via brute force was usually a bad move in this game. He was an exception. It did nothing, and he could only use it once. You should have saved that for the endgame, Yoshitsugu-kun. Oh, how I wanted to say that. I wanted to put on a shit-eating grin and tell that to him. I really wanted him to understand how harsh the world really was. Thus, I had to survive. Damn it, I had to win this even more now.
義継くんの勇気あるカミングアウトに僕は敬意を表したい。そして僕も言うべきことがある。
何でしょうか。
If this was Yasunaga-kun's trap, I'd fall right into it. It'd be embarrassing. But I'd just loop back and try again.
僕は蛇のカゴ者です。だから自分を調べるわけにはいかない。
あなたが？
僕は彼ほどの強烈なアピールはできませんが、もし対抗して狼が蛇を名乗ってきたら、その時は全力で論破してみせましょ
う。Oh no.
いますか？
Not facts
蛇
and
を語る
logic.
方は。
No, of course not. Takumi Muto really was the snake.
どうやらこれで未確定者が9人に絞られたみたいです。
And Yasunaga-kun didn't know that either. Oh, how I wanted to thank Takumi-san. Because of how thoroughly he kept his secret, we wolves would be saved.
昨日はあんな言い方をして匠兄を調べることを自分で提案してたんですね。
そういうこと。ただ無駄になってしまったけどね。
そうね。調べる人を明示してしまうのも考えものだわ。調べた端から殺していけば確定者はいつまでも増えない。
Bingo! That was why I suggested we check Takumi-san. I also wanted to see his reaction to help me figure out if he was the snake.
じゃあ、不妻子くんが初日夜に調べたのは一体誰だったのかな？
I already had an answer to that.
織部安永くんです。彼は人でした。
あと8人。
もう一つ仮定しておこうか。その可愛い女の子、メイコちゃんだったかな。彼女はムジナじゃないかな。
I knew he would point that out.
それは嘘をつくとかいう記者さんが言うとったあれかね。
そうです。多分実在したんだと思うんです。
そんなんじゃない。メイコはヤギだもん。
すみません。よくわからないことを。ただ私もそうでもなければこのように誰もをくくるなどという子ではありませんから。
まあ、
I want to pull
彼
on
女の
Mikako's
立ち
bangs.
位置はよくわからないのだけど、一つ言えるのは、もし狼と合流しているのなら、きっと静かにしておけと指示を受けると思うんですよね。だから彼女も人だということでいいんじゃないかと思うわけです。
もしそれを外せば残り7人にまで減ります。肝臓さん、
ふざけんじゃねえ。無地なだ。そんなもんおらん。
カンちゃん、しかしゲンさんもそのようなことを言ってたわよ。
ゲンの親父は最後ボケとったろうが。そんなもん信じられるか。
でも狼なら黙ってるはずって説には説得力が。
これっぽっちもね。狼がガキを見殺しにして目くらましにしとるかもしれんだろうが。おい、ヤスは本当に蛇のカゴで人だと知れたか？
はい、間違いなく。
それならヤスは甘すぎる。
そんなことは。
チーが死んだ時もくくらんでええと言った。
ああ、そうですか。僕が信用できない
The
と。
mood changed. Yasunaga-kun was as stern as he'd been when he was a wolf.
兄貴、黙らせるならやるぜ。
それは。
ああ、やっすんが怒った。こりゃ早いとこ退散したいな。
兄ちゃん、やめようよ。怖いって。
おじいちゃんも。
久石さん、さっきは僕を調べるべきだって話になってましたが、それはもう無意味ですよね。
そうだね。すでに調べてたから。
じゃあ次調べるのはハルちゃんです。
私を調べてくれるの？
ああ、一度調べてもらったら安心だろ。
I didn't mind that. Now that I'd taken the role of a snake, I could lie as much as I wanted. But why'd he suggest it now? Naturally, Kanzo-san snapped.
わしを調べろ。わしは人じゃ。若えのもわしが優先じゃと言った。
確かに発言量の多い順から調べるのが順当かと思うが、
馬脚を表したな。
なんだと？
あなたは孫娘の安否確認より自分が宴で選ぶる方が大事なんだ。
てめえは地位が死んだからって春のことを手元に置きてえってか。
Oh, by the way, if this doesn't make any sense, it's because I may have told a fib and made it seem like Chiemi had been in a relationship with a boyfriend that was cheating on her, and I may have made it seem like underappreciated Glasses-kun over there was two-timing both Haru and Chiemi. And remember, Chiemi killed herself with a fucking shotgun. Oh, and it lines up perfectly because she did it right outside his window.
はあ？僕はハルちゃんのことはそんな風には思っていませんが。
Haruaki is a fucking monster. I don't think he will. I think this is the last love. Yasunaga-kun was able to finish his sentence. Wasn't able. Because... Oh, he was able to. Because Kanzo-san's fist didn't reach him. Yoshitsugu-kun had jumped in at just the right time to take it right in his stomach. He then sunk his left fist into Yoshitsugu-kun's cheek. The teen fell to the ground. The kitchen knife from before was still in the tatami a few feet in front of him. Kanzo-san had already noticed it, so he beat Yoshitsugu-kun to the punch and grabbed the handle. Then prepared to... Everyone was looking at Kanzo-san right now. Cold stares, fearful eyes, judgmental gazes. Yasunaga-kun's trap wasn't that special. Like he'd said, it was worth investigating Kanzo-san and confirming his humanity at this point. However, since he was so rough about it, Kanzo-san had gone and treated Haru-chan as Yasunaga-kun's woman instead of his dear granddaughter. That was when he had to retract his statement and stop himself. There were many ways he could have gone about this, like saying that letting Haru-chan be investigated could get her killed, like Takumi-san last night. Or he could have said that he made a mistake, that Haru-chan was more important, and let her have the turn. He would have still had everyone's respect then. He could have still been the backbone of the village. But now, he'd turned violent and pointed a blade at the defenseless brothers. Right now, he was just a threat to everyone. Upon coming back to his senses, he seemed to have realized that he'd crossed a line that he could never come back from. Because Sonic is unfortunately a very popular character, and doubly so with DeviantArt and furries. The crude old man was at a loss for words. Excuses, manipulation, rationalization, all of these concepts were foreign to a character as stoic as he was. Man of few words, had little he could say after such a catastrophic blunder. However, out of all the words he could have chosen, I certainly didn't expect those.
おじいちゃん。
わしは焼きが回った。ヤスの言う通り、わしはやるべきことを見失って、人に刃を向けた。もう誰もわしの言うことなど聞きゃしねえし、
No Chiemi this late into the stage. We're gonna get rid of Kanzo. We're gonna get rid of Yasunaga. Yo, this got this in the fucking bag, you know?
いなくなるべきはわし。
そんな嫌だよ。私一人ぼっちになるじゃん。
春、そんなことはねえ。安水がお前の家族よ。安。
何ですか？
わしがいなくなれば
そうせざるを得ないです。
よしもだ
当たり前だろうが。
な。織部のいい息子持ったじゃねえか。
そんなこと。
ああ、一旦落ち着きましょう。いろんなことがごっちゃになってる。
よそ者は黙っとれ。
しかし
これは僕らの問題です。
参ったな。
カンちゃん、まだ早いんじゃないんかね。
じじい、ババアから死ぬのが耐えばも覚悟はしとけ。
おじいちゃん。
春、達者でな。
Oh man. Were these people brain dead? This wasn't the time or place for this. Personal vendettas, lovers' spats, brotherly union, maturity, generation gaps. This wasn't a situation where you could waste time on something like that, was it? Hanzo-san was human, no matter how you put it. Sure, he'd sown some discord, but they had to make an effort to fix that. I didn't mind if they got rid of someone who made an unnecessary scene, but their decision should have been more calculated and less emotional. Those who weren't part of their circle just didn't know how to react. Hashimoto-san showed some serious courage trying to intervene. However, he'd underestimated how cold Yasumizu could be towards outsiders. I knew that well, thanks to Chiemi. Well, not like I objected to this outcome. If these people are going to accept his death and find unity in madness, I'd just play along. I wasn't looking down on them. I just thought they were brain dead. But I had to take that back. Madness was a fearsome foe to face. I'd let myself revel in victory once I actually won, and I would definitely emerge victorious. Thanks to my looping, I had all the attempts I needed and then some.
ならないで。
Why'd her face just come back to my head? She had nothing to do with this turn of events, right? Not even the last time. What was I not supposed to become? Takumi-san and Chiemi were gone now. Thus the task of tying up, dragging, and hanging Kanzo-san had transferred to the Oribe brothers. The elder brother led while the younger brother dragged. Everyone else followed after, singing a saddening version of Prayer to Shinai. Though perplexed, the journos joined in too, and they looked a lot like I had back then. By this point, the feeling that the villagers were crazy had dulled, and I was starting to believe that I was the anomaly here. The term peer pressure came to mind. There were certainly ways to use peer pressure to erode people's aversion to murder and reduce them to marionettes. By imposing such meaningless, repetitive rituals on a group of people enough times, they would eventually be viewed as commonplace events. It'd been done many times throughout history, in wars, prisoner of war camps, cultist sects, and the feast. No, Yasumizu as a whole was a prime example of that. The local culture was deeply ingrained in their minds. Anyone living here would eventually start to question their own way of life. Huh. So the story I'd created wasn't far off the mark. Anyone living near a hellish place long enough would themselves become inhabitants of hell. If you looked at it that way, I might have been a resident of hell myself. Now, what did the great lord of the local hell, Shinai-sama, want out of something so needlessly profound? I still didn't know. In fact, I wasn't sure if the god himself knew what he wanted out of this. Just a thought. An eternal dance of murder and concealment, shrouded in the densest mist.
おじいちゃん。
もう挨拶はした。みんな、あとは頼んだ。
オチ。
おじいちゃん。
落ちなかれ。
The brothers extended their hands, and the rugged old man's body fell down. In a moment, the rope went taut. I heard a sound akin to a frog's croak from down below. The seeds of malice I planted had grown and bloomed. I wanted him to live a bit longer and play the role of the antagonistic, hateful old fart, but oh well. Deciding to kill him would probably haunt Yasunaga-kun until he died. As someone with a strong sense of justice, he would either eventually self-destruct, or struggle to find some internal justification for it. No. We'd promised Kaori-san that we would kill him soon. Whatever the case, there was no problem for us. Is that something in your game, or just what I said? Just... Okay. Makes sense. For now, I just had to be wary of some surprise attacks from the rest. Hope that the last of the Uematsu, Rikako-san, didn't have any other secrets. Are you playing against a pot right now or something? And think of how to deal with these two. Hashimoto-san wasn't shaken by the lynching, and as we returned, our eyes met. I had no idea what he was thinking. His expression and eyes both were unreadable to me. He, on the other hand, clearly read something about me. That wasn't fair. First Yoshitsugu-kun, then Hashimoto-san. Their goddamn superpowers were just unfair. They were the reason why I, a normal, talentless individual who didn't stand out in any way, had to take such drastic measures. I couldn't even tell if he actually suspected me, or if he was just slightly uneasy. I felt like I was doing a good job. Now that I was at the forefront, I was more likely to be targeted. What would he do next? I was actually kind of excited for tomorrow's feast. After the feast, everyone gathered in the dining hall. With barely any words, we ate a simple dinner and went on our ways. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san were gone now, so we didn't have anyone say that it was time to go back. However, it was hard to believe that they would just collapse. Hashimoto-san would plan and decide what to do tomorrow, and the Orebi brothers would do something too. I could only imagine what they were thinking. What they were thinking of in the window between sheltering and dreaming. Thus began our third secret meeting. We would tear their fragile plans to shreds.
さあ、約束を果たしてもらいましょう。
Her voice was calm, but stern.
あなたの息子を楽にする。
ええ。
どっちをやるの？兄ちゃん？よしくん？
They sure were excited about this. It still pissed me off.
ならないで。
As did Chiemi's face, which often flashed before my eyes recently.
その前に、もう少し二人とも苦しんでくれませんか？
I made a smile and asked that.
苦しむ？
ええ、苦渋の決断ですよね。黄泉から落ちた息子を自分の手で、悲劇的な展開じゃないですか。春ちゃんなんて、今日、肉親が死ぬのを抜け抜けと見守ったんだよ。これじゃあ、強靭じゃないか。人として、最低じゃないですか。僕だって、この力を持って生まれた日から、ろくでもないこともたくさんしてきましたが、いるべき場所を間違えた方を送り返すには、それなりの共感と同情と罪悪感を持ってやってきました。
This lie was such a pain at this point. I didn't even have a reason to keep telling it anymore.
僕らが平然としていたら、僕らがやってることの正しさは消えるんですよ。
私たちが苦しんでないとでも？
Oh?
苦しんでるんですか？
ええ。それはもう泣いたりわめいたりするのがもう億劫だから。
私はあなたに迷惑をかけたくないから。あなたと違って私たちは狂わないとあなたにはついていけない。
それでも普通は狂い方なんてみんな知らないはずなんですけどね。あと春ちゃんは僕のせいにはするな。香織さんは二人殺した後死んでくれるからいいけど、君は違うだろ。生き残れた時に君にも罪を背負ってもらわないといけないんだから。
じゃあ私も死ねばいいのかな。
そうね。死ねばいいじゃない。
I raised my leg and kicked over the bucket.
あらら。
こんな茶番たくさんだ。
なら早く済ませましょう。
そうね。早く済ませよ
う。Killing Yasunaga is the more attractive and appealing proposal, so picking that means something is going to go terribly wrong. So we're going to pick it, because 100% completion. We would kill Yasunaga Oribe. If we let Yoshitsugu-kun, the crow, live, they would find out that Kanzo-san was a human, but everyone already knew that. The crow would live another day. During the charade at noon, Yasunaga-kun inherited Kanzo-san's will. His death would be more distasteful and tragic than anyone else's. The blind people here wanted a leader, and this would shock them immensely. I had no idea how good of a leader he would be, but it would be bad for us if he was actually good.
安永くんでいいですか？
わかったわ。
兄ちゃんとお別れか。
ことに及ぶにあたり、二人にお願いがあります。
何かしら。
今日は二人で手を下してください。
昨日やりすぎたから？
土壇場で後ろから刺されるのはごめんだからだよ。
そんなことしないわよ。
Liar.
でもまあわかるから。
徹底的にやってくださいね。
それは
僕らの痕跡が残ったりメッセージを残されたりすることを防ぐためです。説明の後なら苦しめることもないでしょ
う。わかったわ。
ならないで。
Filled the bucket with water again and we went into the mist. The water from the faucet repelled the corruption just fine. It was from a well, so maybe it didn't count as tap water. Haru-chan went in front, and Kaori-san went right behind her. Haru-chan was waving around a flashlight.
はるちゃんはああいうのが好きね。
Who cared about that? We headed for the dorm. Not long after, we arrived. This reminded me of the first night when we tried to kill him and Chiemi got in our way. This time, it was something else.
どうしたんですか？早く開けてください。
Spider!
開かないわ。
え？
私もやってみる。
他の部屋はどうかしら。
I tried opening the... Oh, wait, I should probably have read that instead of reading it silently. I tried touching the cheap-looking metallic knob, too. I didn't feel anything unlock, and I couldn't open it either. We then went around all the houses that had living people in them, but none of the doors opened. After a moment of thought, I reached a conclusion. The spider got the better of us.
つまりクモは兄ちゃんのドアを守っていて、それで私らがドアを触った瞬間鍵開けを防いだ。
そんな。
いや、当然想定すべきでした。あの状況で安水住人ならば安永くんが一番重要な椅子に座ったことを理解して彼を守る。
どうすればいいの？
どうもこうも感受するしかありません。僕らは一晩無駄にした。香織さんは息子を殺せない。そして雲には僕らが安永くんを狙ったことがバレる。
それってどうなの？
いや別に、むしろいくつか分かったわけですが。
The spider was from Yasumizu. If Mamiya-san was the spider, she'd have protected either Hashimoto-san, me, or Yoshitsugu-kun. The only locals whose roles we didn't know were Tai-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Rikako-san. Yasunaga-kun couldn't have been the spider since they couldn't protect themselves. Meiko couldn't be it either. If she was the spider, Rikako-san would control her like last time. She was clearly the badger. That meant that one of those three was the spider. It wasn't completely unlikely that it was Kiyonosuke-shi, but I couldn't imagine him making this choice. He'd probably protect Rikako-san every single day. In order of likelihood from highest to lowest, it was probably Rikako-san, then Tai-san, then Kiyonosuke-shi. Worse than that.
明日は必ず殺せるのかしら。
This woman had abandoned all hope to keep her mind intact. That now came back around to undermine her sanity if she didn't get to kill her sons. And it looked like the situation where we couldn't let her have the kills she was promised would continue. Oh man. I wanted to reset. Right now, actually. Maybe I could just walk off the cliff and...
ああ、ごめんなさい、不謹慎で。フサイスさん、あなたやっぱり狂ってるのね。
僕が狂ってる？いやいや、そりゃずるいよ。先に狂ったのはそっちじゃないか。
I told the others to, if they were in danger of getting hanged, pretend to be the crow, avoiding the spider at all costs. The spider wasn't an option. Claiming the spider meant death on the next or the following night, and if that didn't happen, it would mean that the spider was a fake. With Yoshitsugu-kun's reveal, pretending to be a crow became a lot harder, but it was still safer than pretending to be a spider. Yasunaga-kun and Hashimoto-san would also find it suspicious that a spider reveal even happened in the first place, so that was another reason. Though I would follow Yasunaga-kun's idea and tell everyone that my snake powers said that Haru-chan was a human so that she wouldn't be suspected. I was in way more danger in that regard. Also, I would see how the votes worked, and, if possible, hang Rikako-san. However, our votes would go different ways. We couldn't force it. Tomorrow's vote would be on hanging one of the 6 unconfirmed humans. Tai-san, Kaori-san, Kiyonosuke-shi, Rikako-san, Meiko, Mamiya-san. I would try to make sure it wasn't Kaori-san. After I provided that course of action, we went our own ways. We said goodbye to Kaori-san and went uphill.
Haru...
何？
I was the one who started the conversation. That was a loss for me.
僕は狂ってるのか？
さあ、私はあなたを知らないから。あなたがえげつない方法で人を殺しながら人に道徳を説くのが理解できないだけかもね。
She had a point. Another loss for me.
神様。
なんじゃ？町のお方。
僕は狂ってるんですか？
ここに最初においでになった頃、貴様はやり直すために死のう。
She has a point.
ま、決して善人というわけではあらせられんかったようじゃが。
That wasn't fair. Third loss.
だから全部安水が悪いんですよ。
悪かったわね。それでも私らはここに住んで生きて死ん。
やりにくいな。
何が？
なんでもないよ。あのさ。
何？
本当に肝臓さんのことを何とも思ってないの？
何とも思ってないわけないじゃない。
織部兄弟のこともモッチーのことも。
誰も殺したくないよ。
じゃあどうして平気で振る舞うの？
そうするのが正しいからかな。
正しい？正しい？
私しっかりしてる。私は汚れてなんかない。私は狂ってない。狂ってなんか。おかしいのは藤吉全部よ。おかしいのは神様の方よ。
神様とは状態のことなのか？
Crazy. Right. State of being.
何か気づかれたのかの？町のお方。
いえ。
If that were the case, I could understand it, but... No, even then some things wouldn't make sense. No, that wasn't right either. It wasn't that I couldn't understand. It was just so absurd and way too hopeless. But I wanted to tear off all these masks and examine them to my heart's content. There was no more terrifying or thrilling moment than the one when you were about to expose the ugly face of the unknown. And apparently, the role of a wolf wasn't fit for this. The wolves were way too bright. Basically, I had to change my line of thinking.
はるちゃん、一つ提案がある。
I turned back to the small wolf.
何よ。
All right, it was Haru-chan.
僕らは悪役に徹しよ
悪役？
う。うん。超悪い人だ。
She tilted her head in confusion.
超悪いので人を殺す。超悪いので仲間を裏切る。超悪いので好きなことをする。なぜなら僕らが超悪いからであって正しいからじゃない。悪はあらゆる正義から自由だ。
悪役。悪。そんなのいいの？
よくはないさ。もちろん。でも知ってるか？人間ってのはやろうと思えば悪いことができる生き物なんだぜ。
人殺しは悪いこと？
もちろん。
友達や家族やいい人たちを殺すことは？
輪をかけて最悪だね。
どうして？
Reasons why we shouldn't murder. It was perhaps the hardest topic in morality. However, when you thought about it, it wasn't too difficult to find a logical answer to that too. You simply ignored the concept of good and evil. If ignoring such ideas was an integral part of evil, then I would teach her and through it, pose her a question about how flexible she really
心や
was.
体が不自由になるからさ。
よくわからない。
人の嫌がることをすれば人から嫌がられる。それは思う以上に心を縛りつける。人がひどく嫌がることをする人は体だって縛りつけられる。縛られて不自由な人は安心して生きられないし、安心して死ねないんだ。人間は誰しも悪くない生き方を、良い生き方を誰かから強いられる。それはお互いに安心して生きて安心して死にたいから。誰かが誰かを縛ったり縛られたりし始めれば、それは連鎖的にすごい数の人をだからみんなそんな生き方は嫌でしょってことで、よく生きろって育てられるんだよ。でもね、そういうのを全部諦めれば、周りを全部不自由にして自分も不自由な人生を送り、不自由な最後を迎えることを心に決めるなら、人間は悪いことをやっていいんだ。
ねえ、それって外だとみんなそうやって習うの？
いいや、今考えた出任せさ。
ひど。
でも案外正解かもしれないぜ。君が賛同するならとことん悪に生きてやろうじゃないか。
私テレビでやってる洋画劇場好きでさ。
へえ。
Which ones?
何が好きなの？
フォースが
Oh, Star Wars. Okay. So that's why she's swinging that fucking flashlight around the way she is.
どのキャラが好き？
金ピカのやつ。
Who the fuck is the golden one? Oh. Oh.
ああいうのってさ、基本正義の側の気持ちで見るじゃん。私も言ったら恥ずかしいけど、かっこいいナイトが助けに来てくれたら素敵だな。
Why does she think of C-3PO as a
と
handsome?
てもまっとうな楽しみ方じゃないか。
悪いやつになるなんて。
No!
悪いやつが主役の映画もいっぱいある。
Oh, fuck you.
そうなの？
あ
He has the stereotypical nerd voice.
泣いてもいいのかな。
もちろんだ。
Of course it's the fucking British accent. The accent, simping, the teeth, and a bunch of other shit is why we just have to make sure Britain doesn't exist anymore. As she began to intensely cry, I spread my arms out. She plunged into my chest with surprisingly little hesitation. I embraced her damp body and looked up at the sky. It was evil to grieve about parting ways with Yomibito, huh? Then perhaps no. Everyone here wasn't actually insane. Well, I was an exception. We then walked around Yasumizu, barely saying a word. Then we reached a fork in the path. One led to the dorm, the other to the construction site.
ここで。
うん。何かな？
なんて呼べばいい？
A new name for a new relationship. I had a good idea
じ
for
ゃあ、
this.
春秋って呼んでくれ。
春秋兄ちゃん？
いや、呼び捨てで春秋だ。悪の相棒は対等な関係だからね。
呼びにくいよ。
みんなの前で呼んじゃダメだぞ。香織さんの前でもだ。
香織さんも？
だって彼女は善人だ。
そっか。そうだもんね。悪として香織さんも殺すんだもんね。
Exactly.
わかった。
Exactamon.
おう、春ちゃん。
そっちだけちゃん付けはずるい。
可愛い女の子をちゃん付けで呼びたい性分なんだ。
私、可愛い？
You're cuter when you're being possessed, but yes.
悪になったことで6割増し。可愛くなった。
Being evil made you at least 60% more cute. Based fucking Haruaki, Jesus Christ.
じゃあ許す。
She extended her hand to me. I grasped it tightly. We would no longer be wolves of justice, but wolves of evil.
おやすみ、春秋。
No longer will we be Okami no Seigi.
おやすみ。
I turned around.
よく眠れるとよろしいな。町のお方？いや、悪党殿。
A cold voice.
神様。神って一体何ですか？
白々しい。まあ、こういうのも悪くはありませぬな。火遊びまでたしなむとは刺激的なお方じゃ。
A little bit, yeah. I walked off as if to get away from the laugh, which sounded strangely infuriated. I just remembered that the protagonist of that movie was actually the princess's brother. Wait, but then it took a turn when the princess got together with a wandering rogue. Maybe it was safer to let her call me Ni-chan.
GG は人だった。そして雲のやつがうまくやって昨晩は誰も死ななかった。そういうことで文句ねえな。
The next feast of the Yomi Purge began with Yoshitsugu-kun saying those words. Since they couldn't let themselves to relax, we all gathered in the hall early in the morning. Everyone was still on edge.
わかりきったことよね。
Oh, okay. So should I save now then? Okay. Menu. Save. Ugh, that was... How many hours is this? 17 hours. We'll be continuing this either later tonight or tomorrow.じゃあね。